Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Pride and shame. Sometimes the scars ain't worth the pain. Hit 'em where it hurts 'em. Can't stop the rain. Let the money burn, feed the fame. We don't give a damn about it. I'm an outlaw, cooler than the West Coast. I'm a young gun looking for a smoke show. Quick to draw and I shoot to kill. Do it all for the thrill of it. There she goes to kill. Do it all for the thrill of it.
Welcome back, everybody, to another day of LCK Spring 2020. It's me, Valdez, with Lost Sight, a.k.a. Light Sensitivity. Obviously, LS wearing some sunglasses today. Last time around, he had some trouble with the light, so we're hoping to avoid any illness or sickness that can come from that, and hopefully just keep him here on the desk. So apologies for the sunglasses. I think he's looking pretty cool. How are you feeling today, though, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. For those that don't know, I have an eye disease called keratoconus, and you can just look that up. K-E-R-A-T-O.
Yes.
C-O-N-U-S.
Wow. N-U-S.
It's not a spelling bee, but we got that.
Sounds right.
Now, fortunately, it doesn't normally act up that bad, but today it is a little bit weird, so that's why I have the sunglasses on.
Yeah, it's probably a one-time thing. I don't know if this is going to happen ever again. We never know. But probably a first.
Yeah.
But interesting that we actually have them up here on the desk with sunglasses. But either way, we have some amazing League of Legends today, guys. You do not want to miss this. We're going to take a look at the standings first to see which teams are up on top, which teams are down at the bottom, and which of those teams are going to be playing today. The first matchup we have is DRX against Africa, two teams that are currently undefeated in set score, and one of them will continue that streak today.
And, you know, they're even tied in points, and this is a really big match because we get to see Deft versus Mystic down there in the bot lane. And we're going to have Keen going up against what we assume to be Doran, most likely up there in top. And Keen has been having a little bit of a rough time so far in spring 2020. And it'll be interesting to see today if he manages to turn that around, because I think it's going to be a very important thing, because normally people would look at this and look at it as Mystic and Keen versus Chovy and Deft on the side of DragonX.
Yeah, absolutely, as those are the main matchups. So we're going to take a look at the point of the match, the points of the match, I should say. The winner of the match will climb up to first place because Gen G hasn't played 3 or rather 4 matches, so I suppose that counts for now. Kespa Cup 0-3 sweep. I hope Afrika can also learn after falling to us. Can DragonX get their revenge from that finals of the Kespa Cup?
And I feel like there's been a lot of time between the Kespa Cup and now. It's been about a month and a half, so DragonX definitely looking a lot more comfortable and coordinated with one another. And obviously Afrika, Mystic, doing really well. Is maybe even an understatement so far here in LCK. And it'll be interesting to see how well he's going to do today going up against Deft down there in the bot lane, as well as the last point. Doran, he is coming out a lot more, so we're not seeing any mix-up with Chovy and Quad.
Yeah, which makes you wonder when is Quad going to play again if Chovy continues to play well in the mid lane. As some team stats here, the both of them obviously up towards the top. Afrika, if they have a gold lead at 15, they do not lose. So looking to get that strong early start. That's generally the case for DragonX, except the one time that they did. And these stats, you know, a lot of the time, they're just numbers. They don't really dictate the way that the game is going to go. So we will have to take a look and see actually, you know, what the drafts are and how they're feeling today, how they're playing. DragonX with pretty insane team gold difference at 15. I think that's because they've been crushing recently, especially in that last match against Conma Light.
Also, Afrika, 100% gold advantage at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Percent of the time.
And they win.
Yeah, they win.
All of those games.
So, definitely looking forward to seeing what ends up happening in this series, as well as how are both teams going to actually end up drafting against one another. As we just take a look at some highlights now.
Pantheon,
yep.
Showing his face here. We saw All In playing him up against APK. Now this match for Afrika was not the cleanest match ever against APK. It was a 2-1. They actually dropped the game to APK, which is not, you know, that's not something you really want to boast about. As Afrika, they're coming off of that win that was a little bit shaky up against one of the strongest teams that we have here in Korea. They have a lot to prove tonight up against DragonX, who are looking clean, especially with Keria. Look at this play. His pike was unbelievable. One of the two guys to come in and get a win with the pike. And he's this solo queue god who they picked up. He fits perfectly on this mechanically skilled kind of team. And I'm just really excited to see him get more and more experienced and get even better than what we're already seeing out of this very young player.
Yeah. And today's, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing if we get another pike game out of Keria. And again, you know, I said this before, Mystic versus Deft. This is one of the most exciting bottom lane matchups between AD carries, probably actually in the world right now, as it is the key player for today.
It has to be. I think absolutely Mystic has shown up now in the Afrika lineup. Everybody was talking about, oh, interesting pickups with Fly and Mystic, but Keen is still going to be the main carry. He's going to do all the work, and they're going to follow behind him. But then Mystic came in. He has played a couple of games of Ashe. He's won MVP on both of them. He's the only player to play Ashe so far in the LCK 2020, and he's gotten an MVP for both of his performances on that champion. Whereas Deft, you guys, I hope you saw his Ezreal performance the other day. He's kind of a god on that champion, and it's not only that champion, but when he does play on that champion and he gets ahead, it just feels like there's no way for the team to win. He can just 1v9. It's pretty insane what he can do on that one champion. So I feel like today, more so than any other day, we might see a bunch of targeted bans in the draft against some of these specific players. as they are going to be coming out here right now. You'll notice that All In is going to be starting here in the mid lane for the side of Afrika. So once again, Fly not taking that main seat in the mid lane for this lineup.
And that's honestly really surprising because this is such an important match here against Dragon X. So perhaps they have something prepared. Is All In just going to try to get a hold of the Pantheon once again? As they are going to be starting on blue side, Afrika. We are still in 10.2 as well.
Yeah. Should be the last week of 10.2. We're hoping
Now,
to switch over to that next week.
Do we jump into 10.3 or do we go to 10.4?
Good question. We might just skip 10.3, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that works.
So maybe
because
1 week?
Wednesday morning in KST is when 10.4 drops.
Oh, well, in that case, we'll probably do at least 1 week at 10.3. You'd have to imagine. I feel like that's kind of been the standard we've had over here in Korea in terms of patch drop dates, stuff like that. As just taking another look at the lineup, I feel like Mystic came in and surprised a lot of people for the Afrika side, whereas Karia's coming in and surprising a lot of people that are fans of Dragon X and are just watching, as it'll be interesting to see if he can keep up his performance. Just adding another carry to the lineup from the support role is not something you see every day.
Afrika deciding right now what they're going to end up banning. Now, we know that Keen is capable of playing Akali, but is All In capable of playing her, and maybe that can actually influence the draft as Dragon X are going to be on the red side. Soraka.
First ban.
Definitely a good one. Although, if you are blue side, you could just be the ones to snatch her up right away. So, definitely something interesting there. DRX is going to answer the question about Akali pretty quickly. Just banning it away immediately.
Mordekaiser, just a good champion in general, sees a lot of bans nowadays, and also specifically for Doran. You don't really want to give that champion over to him. We've seen what he can do. You guys were talking about how he was the one who debuted it on his debut match in the top lane. As Lucian also going to hit the ban list.
And Mordekaiser being banned away. In Korea, it's this really weird thing where it might signify a set pick, as for some reason they perceive Mordekaiser to be good against set. It's so bizarre to me.
Yeah, and we have seen that before. The team's doing that. I feel like no doubt they're going to pick the set here. Lots of stuff still available. We saw a lot of Ornn first picks yesterday.
Yeah. MF being hovered right now. Gonna end up being picked up. Dragon X probably just gonna pair this with the jungler pick here, as that's the good old 1-2 that most teams have gravitated towards. As yeah, it's gonna end up being Elise, so bit of a simple champion here. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
This is yeah.
Getting it started off right.
I actually
tonight.
just talked about something just like this in the episode 2 of the Pog State, which will be coming out next week, I believe. So
excited.
Looking forward to that, as Dragon X with Pure Sin right now in their team composition. Elise Renekton.
Yeah, you can see it in their eyes.
And Elise Renekton has been nerfed in Season 10. Elise gets nerfed by the removal of Ketchup XP, the nerfs to jungle, the nerfs just all around. Renekton nerfed by the removal of Spear of Sojin. And the combo, you can look at it however you want. It's not as oppressive as people make it out to be. In solo queue, sure. In competitive, the enemy team knows what you're trying to do. They're able to play around it. And with Pantheon and Set both being able to be flexed, makes it a little bit difficult. Dragon X already not in a very good spot here, as we're going to move into the second pick phase soon. Thresh banned away by Afrika. Now DragonX banning away the Ashe as well.
I do like that ban against Mystic. I feel like it would fit very nicely into their composition as well, just to add a bit more engage from the AD carry role. Ornn is going to be taken off here. They do not want to see that as Zoe gets insta-locked here from the side of DragonX.
And they're reserving counterpick for support. And I think this is actually really good to give Keria a lot of influence, potentially, inside of this game.
Well, they took away the Rakan. Xayah Rakan falls down. The Ashe is also denied. So Varus Braum is going to be one of those mainstays. We don't see any priority towards Senna. Any kind of Senna Tom Kench is not going to be on the board here for either team.
Karthus, coupled with a lot of very good champions that he likes. DragonX, they're going to have to decide on a counter pick. Will we see a mage? No, we'll see Senna. Down
Senna
there in
support.
bot lane. Yeah, so the healing is really good against the Requiem.
True.
So it's not the worst pick. Also really good against the Braum. It's like playing against Caitlyn and Misfortune down there.
Oh, that doesn't feel great.
So Afrika, with a really powerful composition, lots of globals with the Pantheon and the Karthus. They have so much more power inside of the mid game. Now, the Senna, MF, and the Zoe does give a lot of late game scaling, but the Karthus, because no one on the side of DragonX can realistically itemize magic resistance, a lot of these champions are very squishy. Requiem can easily come in for 70-80% of their HP in the late stages.
Yeah, the very late stages.
Now, the big question to me is Spirit going to first item Morel and Omicron? Because if he is Valdez, you're going to be solo casting game number 2. I don't think I'm going to make it.
Oh, no. Well, we'll hope he doesn't do that then, just for your sake. The evil forbidden book hopefully will be off the table, but at the end of the day, you look at the side of DragonX, they went with a lot of playmaking ability. You see Elise Renekton, the ability for Chovy to set up plays with the Trouble Bubble.
Yep.
And it's kind of a comp that opens up opportunities to outplay from the jungle. I feel like Pyoshik is going to be really important in this game, trying to be very active in the lanes, trying to get Chovy and Doran ahead specifically, and perhaps even try to disrupt the Karthus. I believe the last time we had Spirit up against an Elise, he was the one that put down the wall to check his jungle.
That blue buff, yep.
Just to make sure there wasn't an Elise there, and lo and behold, there was.
Yep.
And if he hadn't put that down, he would have died, and the Elise would have gotten ahead. But instead in that game, the Karthus got massively far ahead, scaled up like crazy, and was dunking people by 30 minutes. And so we'll see how well Pyoshik can do. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on this young jungler from solo queue to come in here and make a dent in Afrika's game plan.
Afrika, let's see what they can end up doing. This time around, their bot lane can definitely get a little bit rough, and generally when you play Karthus, you don't want to be ganking. Just want to be power farming, XP gaps stick inside of the jungle, unlike in previous seasons. And with all the laners being pretty self-sufficient, all that you need to really do as Spirit is just permanently counter-gank the Elise, invade whenever your laners have priority, steal away stuff.
Did you see the timing on that? That was actually insane how close Doran was to spotting it, but just barely not able to.
Well,
coming in there trying to face check it. He is going to see Set coming in from the red side, so they should have some good information that he was, in fact, in Pyoshik's red side jungle.
Karthus now also stealing away the Raptor camp. Elise still on the Gromp. We'll see what Pyoshik's route is going to end up being, as Keen elected to open W here against Doran. And now, when you're Renekton versus Set, the level 3 is really important in managing the Fury in order to get a large enough advantage on a trade to maintain control against Set for level 3, 4, and 5. Ends up actually missing the Q right there. So Keen is sitting pretty right now. He had E. And, okay,
Well, now he doesn't.
yeah, he's going to end up losing that trade ever so slightly. He will get 3 now on this melee. Probably going to end up running at him in about 2 seconds.
Well, doesn't end up doing that, as I feel like we can kind of just watch the top side of the map the entire time and be happy with it.
Will he wall of pain? Oh, we found him.
Yeah. That's a pretty basic check, I'd say, after invading the red side jungle, just to say, okay, I mean, there's a really good chance Elise can be here. I feel like the wall of pain check the previous time was a little bit more impressive, but still a nice job. Pioshik's sticking around.
He's flipping a coin right now, and Spirit not even considering this is a possibility, just ends up actually recalling. Very surprising. But I do suppose that he wants to get over to the left-hand side. He wants to get to that Gromp, as well as the not rubber banded, but the respawning Raptor camp of Elise. So he's fine to give over that red buff.
Does look like what was going on. He also didn't have much help from mid lane because Chovy was controlling that one, pushing it in, giving priority to himself if any shenanigans did go down. Kerio was also leaning towards red, so I feel like it was well read, if you will, by the side of Spirit not to go for that, just to play it safe. He doesn't necessarily have to fight at level 3 against the Elise or even to check. He can just sit back, farm his camps, feel pretty good about that.
Really surprising he doesn't actually elect to go into the Raptor camp. If he was moving towards it, I guess he would be standing still for a little bit. And with Pantheon's priority, as well as knowing that Renekton was on a reset, just feels like a bit of a missed opportunity for Spirit. And now he pings that he wants to go there, but relative to Elise's route and Zoe returning, this is a little bit late. Still probably going to end up getting it anyway. Doesn't look like Pioshik is actually going to be in time while Pain comes out.
Yeah, this is definitely the riskier time to go for it. He is going to get all of it, most of it. Not entirely the whole camp, as Chovy still chasing him down, has the Chilling Smite, but no dice. He's not able to get anything started there. Look at Spirit actually heading up towards the top side, wants to help Keen push it in. Keen just wanting to exit the lane if possible. It also, in turn, gives Spirit a little bit of extra XP.
Yeah.
And it lets him hit level 6 a bit faster. That's just a small thing there.
Really big deal as well for Karthus, especially because getting base levels when clearing camps is also really important. The late waste base points are super big in accelerating his clear speed. As we take a look right now at the XP points, all in, down a little bit. Doran also up as well in that top lane matchup. Set about to be level 6 on this wave. And Elise not going to be able to find anything. So this is sort of what I was talking about in regards to the Elise Renekton. The opponents have to really mess up in order for you to just be able to run into the lane, do the Renekton Elise cocoon thingy. And it's just such a bizarre appeal to pro players where I don't even know what kind of bias to actually call it, where as long as it works once, it apparently resonates well enough with them where they're like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is what I need.
Easy ganks. Easy life.
Easy gonks.
And you know what's funny, too, is because yesterday we saw Pantheon, or no, it was Renekton Talia in the mid lane working together. And it's not Renekton Elise, but it's very similar because you, again, have a lot of burst damage with the Talia composition, or with the Talia champion, similar to the Elise. And they tried to make those ganks happen over and over on a Set at level 6. And Set just ulted backwards, and then Pantheon ulted in. And in this draft, they saw Set Pantheon, which is a very similar draft to what we saw at Gen G.
Yeah.
And they were like, no, we're still going to do it. There was no hesitation either. They're like, nope, Renekton Elise is our plan. I don't care what you're picking. And that's it. That's the end of it. And that's a little bit disappointing. Okay, going for it. Suplex coming in. Keen trying to chase him down here.
Yeah.
He's so, so close.
Requiem! No, too much
not,
HP.
Yeah, not enough.
Requiem tends to deal about 204 to like 216.
That's very specific.
if you have, yeah, well, with the Dark Harvest
like
stack.
specificity.
Yeah, there you
go. Ooh, you
obviously,
that one.
depending on who the champion is. As, oh man.
Ooh, Toby really wanted that kill.
Ends up using the heal. So definitely a bit of a blunder by Keen. Not flashing with the Haymaker up just to guarantee the damage as, okay, Wall of Pain.
Chovy using his real flash there, and he's a fast little Zoe, able to get away unharmed.
And right now, the very big issue for Afrika is that All In is, well, he's getting lane kingdomed in mid. So this is typically what we refer to as a mid-gap. Mid-chai, maybe you've seen.
Mid-chai,
yeah, you know, like the crab that dances?
Like a chai latte.
No.
Hey, it's the same. It's even spelled
You know, I've
the
never
same.
actually had a chai latte.
Really, it's pretty good.
Is it? What does it taste like? Yeah.
It's sweet.
Yeah.
It's very sweet.
You know what, Valdez? Here, let me play a little. Let me play a little game for you. Okay. Describe chocolate. Ah, you can't do that. Okay.
A sweet, thick.
Okay. Describe the color blue to me.
Well, it depends on which color blue. There's a lot of colors blue.
Okay. Give me a navy blue.
Navy blue.
Yeah, describe
it's
it for me.
a darker hue.
Of what?
That resembles a cool evening in northern Alaska.
Yeah, that didn't really do it for me.
That is perfect.
Nah, that
what do you
really
mean?
didn't really sit with me that well.
Nate, think about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking, and I'm feeling disappointed.
Well, you need to work on your thinking.
That is true.
I think that's the main problem here.
You really sound like you got a lot of solutions.
Yeah, I do. Even if I'm not LS.
Chovy is going to end up casting that Ghost, coming back into the lane. And we got some nice ping pong going on here.
It's my favorite sport.
Yeah, this is something. Ninja Tabi was picked up, by the way, first item for Keen. Runic Echo for the Karthus. Also, Spirit does not have Cosmic Insight. And Magical Boots on his rune.
He does have a chance to take down Doran here with no flash. The Q is going to miss.
This is so mechanically blundered right now by Keen. It's so uncharacteristic. Doesn't end up getting the suplex into the lane.
Well, Elise is pretty squishy. You have to remember that if you're just walking straight into it. But Senna from the bottom lane flashes to get that damage down. And the Requiem should take down Doran. As Pyosik also in a bit of trouble is going to cocoon there. But he is going to flash the wall. Double flash over and a double kill going to Spirit on the Karthus in the jungle. Afrika taking a nice little lead up here in the top lane.
And Afrika, they get these advantages. They get the Karthus going. That's 2 Dark Harvest stacks as well. And now the Elise is also, she's going to start losing her camps. This is what Karthus does so well that other champions don't. Chovy can...
This was a nice little play by All In
to
get that stun down. I think he might die here. Really close with the spear. He's going for it. But you got to remember, the Jumperino from the Zoe is going to get her to safety.
And so, Karthus acceleration right now is really going to start basically taking over. So, even if you put Karthus behind, he's such a fast farmer and he scales so well that he eventually just picks back up unless you're really always on top of him. And so, you give him an inch and he stretches it a mile. And so, Pyosik going to be feeling really bad here. Here's that Hex Tech Flash Traption. tech that Pioshik talked about in his winners interview last time.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, break
in
it
this
down.
case, is there any case to be made for because All In kind of is losing? Well, we're gonna have to talk about this replay. I'll ask you after.
So Spirit immediately goes on to Pioshik, who forced to transform. Darning Shadow came in, but it just doesn't matter. Keen finally executing mechanically correct. Requiem comes in, and All In completely botches this. Not only does he not insta-cast the Q, he's a little bit slow on the W. He flashes over as well.
Unnecessarily.
A bit of poor execution.
Yeah, but you can see the strength of Pantheon. He was there very quickly, a lot quicker than Chovy could ever get there. Senna was doing more help than the Zoe actually was, but in this case, in the mid lane, because the Pantheon is losing so hard, and in a lot of cases, he's kind of just going to be supporting ganks as well. I'm going to have to hold that thought as... Never mind, Jelly is here. Would there be a case to be made to throw Karthus towards mid to take a bunch of that farm?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just to say, okay, All In, kind of, you know, you're not going to be nearly as much of a playmaker in this game.
When
Let's just give the farm to Karthus.
Is already this far behind, he's basically decayed. And I was having this conversation with someone yesterday, or well, I don't know if I'd call it a conversation, but when a champion that needs to get ahead doesn't do so in the early stages of the game, they do immediately begin falling off. Because they're always trying to get to a point where they're even, and even isn't good enough. And it is so unfathomable that they ever go from being behind to then being really far ahead that they would like to be in order to conduct themselves naturally.
Only in solo queue, and rarely at that. Very rarely.
So for instance, I mean, this Renekton's a dead pick at this point inside of the game. He has the Tiamat, has the Kindle Gem, congratulations. He's going to be the same champion for the rest of the game.
It's just like Showmaker yesterday.
He's not going to have any sort of magnificent amount of damage or wake up at any more points into this game, regardless of if he gets a kill or two.
Here. Keen is going to shut it down essentially by disengaging here.
I think they actually had the kill on him with Karthus Requiem. If they had just done the suplex into Haymaker, I do believe that they would have had enough damage. So that's a little bit surprising. Spirit.
Oh, you missed that Q.
Really good mechanic, by the way. You don't see Karthus's do this enough. You cast the Q, and then as the Q animation is about to deal the damage, you summon Wall of Pain.
Oh, yeah.
And if you end up doing this, you get the pen, but you get more time out of the Wall of Pain slows for subsequent Qs.
Yeah. Absolutely the way you want to play it. So now that Renekton's ult is down, they're considering going for it. And at the end of the day, they just get the flash. Doran really not having the best time up in top. Yes, he'll get a slight lead in CS, but is that going to make the difference in this game? Absolutely not.
Black Cleaver on set. You hate to see it, Valdez. You hate to see it.
Well, I'm numb to it already because we see it every single game. How many games of Trinity Force do we have? Like one?
I honestly have no idea.
It was one or two.
But it's just so disturbing. It really is. It's genuinely disturbing how they can arrive at this being an okay build. And I mean, so far here, probably going to have DRX built second. Spirit now going to start the Herald.
It was the standard for so long that I wouldn't call it disturbing. I think it's just players stuck in their old ways.
Set is a bit interesting because there's been people that have tried everything, right? So through all the testing and trials, clearly some people have arrived at Trinity Force being ideal, as Mystic gonna narrowly avoid this.
At them. Yeah. He has a Pantheon nearby. Not sure about that Grand Skyfall. Pretty far away. Now they're trying to keep Mystic alive. They will do just that as Requiem comes in. Jelly in a little bit of trouble here as Chovy could make the difference. He has stopwatch, but okay, he's gonna flash away. Jelly actually makes it away. Braum with the great escape now, considering going after them under this turret, but it's only Chovy that is healthy and with mana. Not quite able to make it happen. It looks like he messed up his combo there as well.
And Spirit is rotating down. Chovy does have 2 flashes and a heal, though.
Oh, not landing him. Chovy using fake flash there. Picks up another one. He's looking for it. Nice block by Jelly. That's what Braum can do. And Spirit, he never even came down. He's like, sure, go ahead. I'll just kill the mid tier 1. Get a bunch of farm up here. He's 3 levels ahead of Kyoshi. 3. Yeah. It's 17 minutes in the game.
And remember, it sticks. So this XP differential is not something that Pioshik can ever realistically recover unless something just starts going catastrophically wrong inside of this game. And it's why when you have champions like Karthus, you just sort of, your laners need to be competent in their own ability to just go even and farm out.
Yeah.
And then because of the speed of this champion, he gets so far ahead and the enemy just can't recover.
And you know what? At the end of the day, yes, All In got Lane Kingdom by Chovy, but he didn't die. You know, he got very far behind on CS, but he kind of did his job in the sense that he didn't give a bunch of extra gold away to Chovy. He didn't go even, but he didn't get wrecked. He didn't get absolutely wrecked, and that's exactly what you're talking about in terms of importance for Karthus, to just stick around and wait until that later game. And I mentioned how Pioshik had to do a lot early on. Well, he's 0-2 alongside Doran, who's 0-1. The two of them, the Renekton and Elise combo. When is this thing going to die off, LS?
Well,
because it hasn't yet here in Korea.
Hopefully sooner than Morello first item on Karthus. That'd be a really. I mean, what?
Hey, he got Runic Echoes first.
He did get Runic Echo, but you should just have the Leandries as the second item here, not Morello. It doesn't matter about the Senna yet. You can end up getting it in the later stages. I also acknowledge that Chovy and Keria both do have heal as well as summoner spells, but
I feel like you have to put disclaimers on all of your.
Honestly, I mean, Chakrez's most recent video is a prime example. It was on Reddit yesterday. I think he called it the Lost Shopkeeper or something like that. Losing to Shopkeeper was the name of the video.
Oh, okay.
And it was just examples of pro play, suboptimal itemization out of players. And every single time I see Karthus, and solo queue as well, I've gotten into many arguments with Karthus's post-game, you know, why did you build Morello first item and stuff? And their argument is, well, so-and-so does it. And I'm like, that's not how you use your brain. That your skull is protected.
What do you mean that's how 95% of people use their brain?
That's not...
Unfortunately, LS. Unfortunately. But no, I see what you're saying. You have to think for yourself, be independent, and actually try to figure it out, come up with your own opinions, and reach the logical conclusion that one way is better than the other. As Keria will be forced to flash away from here, all in. Going pretty all in, but again, he's Pantheon, and the more I see this champion, the more I just love him in pro play. He's just all over the place. It's so hard to deal with him. Every fight you get into, he's just going to be in your face, either protecting defensively or getting in there aggressively and, you know, stunning him up and critting him down from low health. It's pretty impressive.
It is. And he offers a lot of utility. He offers a lot of control in regards to like dives and making plays in other lanes. So it's not super bad. And also Afrika, I mean, they did lose the first 2 dragons, but now they're going to start getting all these other dragons. This team composition really just starting to come online and get a lot of value. Morello completed for Spirit, so... You know, do you remember those old images that every time you do X, a kitten passes? Yeah, that's exactly what's going on here. Every time you do this, a Poro dies.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's really sad.
Or the little Pengus.
Oh, Pengus die. That's how you can make people stop. As all in.
So you've made videos, right, about this?
I've made tweets.
You made tweets?
You know.
I feel like you need to get even more public. You know what I mean?
So I
like
actually think
video?
that Morello and Leandri, I feel like Morello has really died down in Europe.
Because they, you know, watch this cast, they follow you on Twitter, and they came to a conclusion.
I mean,
the other
thing
might
is,
be right.
A lot of pro players, they'll tweet about it now during pro matches. Morello versus
It's like you've started
Leandri.
A movement. You know what I mean?
I'm trying. Trying to save the champions in the game.
Equal rights for Leandries.
Yeah. Leandre Salesman. I mean, you
Yeah.
can buy it in the shop, 3,100 gold.
It's not that expensive.
Yeah, it's really not.
Afrika looking for a fight here. Mystic chipping away at that Renekton, who's kind of just running away. He doesn't really have an opportunity to get in here, but now they're looking to engage, just pushing over the wall, is going to take down Jelly, and Chovy might just be able to one-shot the Karthus here, but hey, they've got 2 walls. He's looking for it, and he will be able to pick it up. Looks like a double up was the way to get it down, as a big Requiem will do a bunch of follow-up damage, but it's kind of just desperation to chip him down, and
They're going to turn this into Baron now. And this is going to be a massive tempo swing in the other direction. As Teleport coming in
it's going to be
from All In.
3 on 5.
Keen has Superplex, but not a real viable target as Keen, yeah.
Yeah, he gets in there, but it just looks like they're delaying it, trying to collapse her onto Deft, who does flash away. Keen will go down. At the end of the day, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Dragon X, but it does stop the Baron, so no Baron take here for the side of Dragon X.
So this will give Afrika another opportunity to come back into this game. But stopwatches and stuff of that nature is going to start coming out for Dragon X. Zanya's probably going to be the item of choice for Kyoshik. That's going to make a problem for the Requiem. Let's take a look at this again. Something is compelling Afrika to funnel into this river and then chase into the right-hand side jungle. And there's no reason. Keen is in bot lane. All of the jungle camps are up. You have a top wave coming into top lane. And something, a cosmic force. I don't know which one it is, Valdez, but
Look at this double up here. All in, essentially killing Spirit.
Keen right here, again, not a very good target to do anything on. Ends up using the R, stuns Chovy, casts the W right away, doesn't have the ability to really stick onto him, eventually just brought down. All In does kill Deft on the right-hand side during this whole debacle, so now DRX, they're going to be the ones to get the Infernal. And that team fight, it just occurred at such a crucial time inside of this game, where they lost so much tempo. Also, the Karthus dealing significantly less damage than he should be at this point in the game.
Because of Morello.
Because of Morello. I
Yeah.
mean, you also have a mid laner that is about to get Lane Kingdom. Or about to get Flame Horizon.
Yeah.
And so that obviously feels very bad. Keen also with suboptimal itemization. And so the items are really a problem for Afrika. Their mid and top laners being so far down in the CS department as well is definitely an issue. And now with DRX also getting an Infernal Dragon, things are looking a little rough.
Yeah, they're very close to getting that Infernal Soul. Just one more to get there. And there were a bunch of storylines that we were going over, you know, key players going head-to-head. We had Mystic versus Deft. It hasn't amounted to much yet in the game. The Varus versus MF. Of course, Deft has used Bullet Time a bunch of times, and Mystic has done a nice amount of kiting, but there hasn't really been too much action between the two. The top lane was pretty tame as well, I would say. There was a couple of fights back and forth, some visits from the jungle, but not all too much, as the game has been steadily moving along here. 8 kills, 26 minutes. A lot of room here now in the blue side to make it a bit easier to move into that Baron, so might even push them away from doing that objective as well. But let's see, they're all grouping up here. Team gonna find a couple of them. And it started on Doran. Chovy coming in, and All In is going in there. They're looking for the Elise. There's that Zhonya's who we're talking about. Perfect timing. Now they're looking to turn it around, but the Elise is too squishy. And in the backline, Deft not really able to do that damage. The set is just going to put her in the grave. And Afrika finally find a team fight they can work with. Chovy and Keria alone, thinking about getting on in there. It is a Zoe after all, but it's going to be pretty difficult. Can Shell like artillery from the right side, but misses a couple of paddle stars. You see, he's not really confident. The portal jump in. He is going to go for it now, but misses a bunch of it. Not really deterred here are Afrika. They're going for this Baron, and they should be able to take it down. And that they do with the smite. Going after Jovi, the heal is going to get him away. And they're just looking for residual kills on the backside. Might be able to get all in. Doesn't look likely, though, as 5 members of Afrika get out with the Baron buff.
This is a really big turning of the tides here, as you can see Doran tries to go in onto Keen. Chovy missing the bubble and all in with a really well-placed Grand Skyfall landing right on top of Pyoshik. The ultimate lands right onto Depth. And then the Haymaker. She got Betty booped.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
And Doran, not long for this world. And now the other thing about this is Renekton and Elise, they're going to keep conducting themselves as the same exact champion, basically, for the remainder of this game. Whereas Set will keep getting tankier and more durable, adding more damage in, getting more utility. Void Staff is actually complete, by the way, on Karthus, which is a little bit surprising. I'm not sure how much MR Zoe, MF, and Elise have. Hopefully we actually do get to see.
Well, it should not be that much.
And I mean, Varus with the Wit's End as well is just really good against the Elise and the Zoe. Gives him so much value as well.
Yeah.
In the close quarter combat. So at this point, Redemption also almost completed on Braum. And doesn't really matter what Doran's trying to do up there in top lane. Spirit still 3 levels up. Not sure how close he is until 16. And yeah, Zoe's at 37. So Karthus is dealing true damage to Zoe.
To Zoe and probably
to
Elise
Depth and probably Elise and Kyria.
Yeah. So pretty much everybody.
Yeah, 4 damage. Yeah, 4 champions getting true damage by Karthus.
Look at Keen. He's looking for it. The suplex coming on in. The Requiem doing huge damage as Senna ultimate not really able to get much down. The bullet time mainly blocked once again. Imagine playing MF against Braum and Pantheon. It's gotta feel pretty bad, man. As they're just able to find a Renekton who seems totally helpless there. Kyrios is getting bopped down as well. Not sure why he's that far up. Looks like desperation at this point. Pushing in now with the Baron. Afrika, they have reached a point where it doesn't look like Dragon X can do much of anything against them. They are just pummeling them right now in game 1.
And you can see the Requiem damage because the enemy isn't allowed to itemize magic resistance. So unless they're willing to use their stopwatches right now, they don't have a way to really survive. And so every single team fight, Dragon X are basically fighting with 30% HP almost at all points, and that just creates so much freedom for Mystic, All In, and Keen on their champions to just do so much.
Oh, Mystic. They know they're trying to steal away the Infernal, and they called their bluff so hard. Catches both of them in the Infernal. Afrika really putting on a show and stomping them from draft into the game.
Yeah. And this is really fantastic. As Dragon X, they're probably... I mean, I don't even know what they could possibly be thinking. Probably not very much, as Morello picked up on Zoe. Do you want to explain to me what healing is on the side of Afrika, or?
Mystic has the Summoner heal.
Okay. He also has the Blade of the Rune King.
Yeah, that must be it.
And I do believe that Jelly. Oh no, I'm sorry. Mystic might have Triumph. So
Jelly might be going for that redemption as well.
Not really quite sure. I think that Zanya's Hourglass purchase would just have been so much better. Take a look at this replay and just look at the damage.
Toby lost half his health.
Yeah. And it just makes the thresholds line up so well, especially when you factor in the synergy with Pantheon's Q. Yeah.
Can't say what they say in Korean again.
What? Oh, yeah, well, Misfortune, no flash. MF no flash, MF no flash. saying to get mid. Looks like Deathcap is going to come in next for Karthus. And when he's already dealing true damage to so many champions, can't really blame that as an item purchase. And Varus is just so big as well.
Yeah.
Has the Scimitar now picked up. You can see the control wards lining their inventory right now. 5,000 gold lead, double Infernal Dragon. And honestly, for Dragon X, this is so lights out. As we take a look at this, Mystic gets on to Chovy. Instantly ends up eviscerating him. Def not going to be able to do anything there either. And I really like this.
Yeah.
Like the comp. Makes me think of Thanos when he, dread it, run from it. You know that?
Yeah.
No, you never watched Marvel. I'm sorry, you're deprived.
See, I thought his name was Thanos.
Is it Thanos?
Actually, I don't. It might be. How can I trust you with names?
Yeah. True.
Thanos.
Is there any truers or?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It probably is Thanos. Like this one time where I doubt you, it's probably Thanos.
I mean, there's K. Arthas in this game as well.
K. Arth. Yeah.
K. Arthas, yeah. Kind.
Korean thus.
Yep.
K. Arthas.
Alan in mid lane.
Alan.
Oh man.
For some
Mistake.
reason, Alan made me think of Atlas.
Yeah,
Just call him Alan for the
Yeah, I'm just gonna call him
entirety
Alan.
of tomorrow's.
It's actually,
cast.
yeah.
Well, you see here, Alan. Or call him Alvin. Like
Ooh,
Chipmunk.
the Chipmunk, yeah. I think he'd really like that.
I feel like that's a 200 IQ play.
Yeah, I definitely think that is quite good.
A lot of damage. Music is not very happy. He does have double stopwatch. I feel like there is one guy on the scene that's like, okay, I know how to dodge this one. As Baron will go down, that just gets shredded so unbelievably fast when you have a Karthus with blue and a Varus. Just the two of them alone could probably two-man it. So they take it down. No real way for Dragon X to get that one. I think at this point, they're just hoping. They're living on a prayer that they can somehow steal the Infernal Soul.
There was no reason right there for Karthus to flash away. He would end up being up again before Infernal. And he doesn't have a bounty or anything that he would end up giving over. So coming off of Fountain, he has the needlessly large rod. So I could understand it if he was trying to power farm his jungle into Rabadon's death cap before. And thus, obviously, would still need to be alive in order to get that, but bit of a panic flash for no reason. Out of spirit, Chovy trying a 1v9 this game, honestly, on this Zoe.
I mean, it's kind of looked that way ever since that bot dive. After the early game where Renekton and Elise pretty much did nothing, he was like, let me try to get the bottom side ahead. Oh, wait. That didn't work either. Mystic and Jelly coming in for a bit of a flank. We see Pantheon looking to Grand Skyfall in there. They saw him coming, though, but he's so tanky. Take a look at Requiem. Gonna just burst them all down. Heals, though, aren't coming in, but the hard engage from All In, really trying to make it work. As coming in, Keen looking to stomp them all out. Senna's ultimate, not able to do anything to save him now, as Dragon X is trying to kite him down, and they will not do that successfully. As all 5 members of Afrika still alive in this one, they push so fast that the bottom lane minions aren't even there. As they look to push in now with the minions that finally make it up. See Doran desperately trying to get the GA out of Pantheon.
Yep.
That is all that he is going to get in this game, essentially. Mystic, easy cleanse. Afrika felt like from minute one that they had this game in, especially after the game. The early game did go so heavily in their favor. GG 14-4 as Afrika come in looking strong to start off the night.
And I like the trap that they ended up coming out with. It's a really good way to complement the Karthus. Surround him with 80 top, 80 mid, and also obviously a physical damage 80 carry down there in the bot lane, and it just makes it so impossible for the enemy team to try to itemize against. And you just saw once he got ahead, that's where it really just starts. The ball just starts accelerating.
The double kill on top lane, that's where we kind of felt like, okay.
Yes. And that's the dread, is it only takes Karthus 1 kill to put you 6 feet under, but you need to kill him over and over and over to really try to put him in the grave. So they weren't able to do that, and even though Chovy had an immaculate laning phase and was doing so much for his team, the Sinner team composition was told to repent, as they did get purified here in game number 1.
They did. I mean, at least for Renekton, you remember Set was first pick, then it came MF Elise, and it felt like Afrika was like, oh, I see what you're doing. We've seen this before. Immediately card this Pantheon without much thought, and then Dragon X just picked their way into it, picking the Renekton, saying, okay, I guess so, but that felt like a little bit of a blunder there in that draft, as by the end of it all, Karthus was having a pretty fun time.
Yeah. Requiem coming out doing insane amounts of damage. Not even the Morello could help Dragon X this game. Honestly, that was an inhuman Set ultimate. That was really good. It's not every day that you
he
get
might get
Set
player of the
ultimate.
game for that ultimate.
Stop. Valdez,
No,
stop.
I mean, I think there's a great chance that he actually picks it up. Hey man, you never know. It seems like a lot of the other voters have very different thoughts from what we think over here. We might be biased, as it's kind of an echo chamber between you and I. So we'll have to respect their opinions, I suppose, as Zoe did the most damage in the game, you could see, but that really amounted to pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, playing Zoe and MF against Braum Pantheon just to begin with, in a vacuum, like, even just from the start, just looking at that, it doesn't look so great.
Yeah.
And we did see that in the game come true many times. Jelly, I think, did a great job. He would probably be my number 2 for that game,
Yeah.
honestly. Even though it didn't look like he was doing all that much, I think he had a great Braum game. Even escaped down the bottom lane, so if he got it, I wouldn't be angry about that either. Felt like he did a great job. Afrika, though, looking like they got on the right start here in the draft. So looking to see if they can put 2 more in this one and maybe get the 2-0, or see if Dragon X will switch anything up, moving to blue side after this commercial break.
가볼게. 야 이런 거야.
어디야?
여기.
이쪽에 앨리스 봐 앨리스.
앨리스 높고 얘네 높으야.
눌러볼게.
미포 잘 봐. 여기 밑에 미포 있어요. 나 밑에부터.
조이 반피.
내가 그거 써줄게 여기. 조이. 나 이거 보고 막아줄게. 천천히 봐봐. 미포 그거 죽었어. 이거 미포 하나만 막았어. 그거야. 미포 잡았고. 천천히 보자. 앨리스 세나. 세나 봐줄게. 네 맞아. 레톤. 아니 이거.
빵대 개피야 빵대 개피.
바로 이제 끝낼 수 있어.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
안녕하세요.
Hello.
네, 행복한 주말입니다. 오늘의 분석 데스크
Our
시작하겠습니다.
LCK Spring
안녕하세요,
Analyst
김민아입니다.
Desk
오늘
is
피토리와
back,
와디드님 함께 할게요. 안녕하세요.
and we'll be joined by Mina Kim, Victory, and Wadid.
네, 자,
Africa versus DRX, game number 1. Africa managed to pick it up. So let's talk about the draft first.
차이점이 있었을까요?
저는 확실히 양쪽
I wanna
팀
say
다 각자의
both
팀 컬러에
teams
맞게 좀
got the
뽑아온 게 아닌가 그런
draft
생각이
that
들었습니다.
reflects their
아프리카는
team color.
확실하게
Africa
완성하고
really got a very
바텀도
consistent
약간
top
좀
side and also
믿음직한
wanted
보험 느낌이 들죠.
to go with
바로
very
스코어를
strong
뽑아주고
bot lane
DRX도
champions.
확실히
And
DRX다운
DRX,
그런 조합을
just like their
뽑았지 않았나.
team's dynamic,
스포츠는 세나로
MF
강하게
Senna,
바텀을 좀
they
밀어붙이려는
wanted to have a
그런
very
의도가 좀
strong
있었어요.
bot lane.
말씀해주신 게 핵심인 게 결국에는 상대의
And that's the
어떤
key.
글로벌 스킬이 적극적으로 활용되기 이전에
Before,
세나의 바텀
well,
플러스
Africa pull off really
앨리스 특유의
powerful
강점을
global
활용해서
skills. They had to have a lot of
걸리는
pressure
게
in the
어떻게 보면
bot lane
DRX
starting
의
from the laning
핵심이었던 것
phase.
같아요. 근데 그게 초반에
However,
어떤 동선 차이에서도 분명히 스피릿
There were
스포츠
some
카드스가
differences
그때도
in terms of
앨리스를
jungle
앞섰던 것도
pathing
있고, 바텀에서도
and jungle
의외로
leveling,
미스틱
and
젤리가
also
굉장히 잘
Mystic Jelly was
버티면서
really
DRX 가
sustained
원하는
in the laning
경기를
phase
가져가지
as
않았나
well. So DRX could not get the game they wanted. All in the previous interview said, I'm so sick of playing Pantheon, I don't want to play it no more. However, he did it again, and he showed how skilled he is on this champion. So, watch where Pantheon takes off. Look at the mid lane right here. Zoe was pushing wave. He was having such a powerful lane. However, Pantheon actually just walked back and ulted to the top side. He was supporting his teammates in the right timing, and he landed on the right of the end of the Grain Skyfall range. He understands his champion perfectly, and even though when he's having a very hard matchup, when he was losing really hard in lane, he knew how to rotate in terms of gameplay. So being skilled in one specific champion is also really important. So we have this player POV of all in on Pantheon. He just backed and he just pointed the end of his ult range. There was nowhere for the DRX player to escape from Pantheon's pressure.
저는 사실 판테온 궁이 저렇게까지 길 거라고는 사실 상상을 잘 못하잖아요. 근데 확실히 진짜
So landing on the right up the end of the Grain Skyfall range is a proof that he played Pantheon like forever. And Africa got this huge win on a team fight. On the 26-minute mark, there was this team fight with Africa players having an engagement to pick up Pusic, so they could easily outnumber in team fight. However, at the same time, this could be a good angle for DRX players, but MF ulted, totally got blocked by Braum, and also as soon as she ulted, she actually got exposed to Africa players. So Seth used his ult, and he got to approach to Misfortune. He was able to close out the range between Misfortune, so this kind of difference actually ended up Africa having a huge win in a team fight. Keen on set his performance was on point, and that's how Africa snowballed this whole game. Player of the game would be Keen from the earlier highlights. I mean, all 5 players, including All In, did a great job as well, but the impact from this team fight was just unbeatable. He jumped over to Renekton to reach to Misfortune, and Daft could not escape from it. And if an AD carry gets chunked in the early phase of the team fight, there is no way for the rest of the players to win the team fight. And also Keen also has a very amazing understanding of this champion, because he also uses his ult in the very last range.
저게 임팩트가 커서 아마 많은 표를 받은 것 같습니다.
Maybe that highlight was where he could get the player of the game vote. So Keen picked up 5 votes so far. I guess this game was a bit controversial, picking up the POG and also saying that all 5 members were doing a great work overall. So in short, Africa was really good at playing against DRX in the laning phase, and they could stop the plan from them.
이제 바루스로 딜량 1등 넣어주면서
맞아요. 진짜 잘했습니다.
Mystic also did his best, doing the most damage in game number 1. Let's move on to game number 2.
Thank you, G-Sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk as a very controversial player of the game indeed, as a substitution is going to happen here on the side of Africa. All In is out. Fly is back in. Yes, All In did not have the best time in the lane. I feel like Chovy was outmatching him a little bit, and it seems like that will be the main reason why Fly comes in. I was actually talking to Ashley earlier, and she was saying, hey, maybe Fly will come in for game 2 with some weird and, you know, kind of counter or crazy picks, as Fly likes to do. That could actually happen.
I think that Fly might just be the stable one, and All In came in again to just play Pantheon because they wanted to get the Karthus in game 1, and then now maybe they suspect Karthus is going to be banned. And so Fly's free to sort of play whatever.
Yeah.
Or any mage or something of that nature. As here we go, jumping into game number 2. DRX now going to be the ones on blue side.
Should change the dynamic quite a bit. Africa here on red side, they have the opportunity to counterpick for mid or top. Of course, with Fly and Keen, that's a nice opportunity to have when, of course, on the other side of the aisle, they do have some pretty strong solo laners, as Renekton is going to be the first ban. Korean players still not letting go of that champion, much to the distaste of my good friend Light Sensitivity next to me. And so that will be banned. Akali gets banned, of course. Always banned, even if it's not against Chovy.
And DRX now. Let's see what they end up banning second. Now, again, I really don't think... Okay, well, interesting. Pantheon gonna be banned away yet again.
Yeah, Pantheon before today was 6-1 with an 85% win rate. He just went to 7-1.
Yeah.
And even though All In kind of got dunked in lane, it still didn't matter. He was really effective in game number 1, so I like that ban.
Pantheon has enormous amounts of utility, obviously, inside of his kit. As Africa now, they're going to be the ones to ban away the set. And now will Soraka get banned by either party here?
It was first banned by Africa in game 1 when they were on blue side, which did lead to their eventual Karthus pick. As we all know, Soraka very good against the Karthus. But no targets towards that just yet, as Lucian is taken off the board.
Freaking out, gonna decide on their last ban. Karthus is open, maybe Dragon X could end up picking it up, as Aladios is gonna be the final ban.
Yeah, some interesting ideas here. A lot of teams like MF as a next pick after Aphelios gets banned. There's still Ornn on the table. That wasn't banned in the first phase in game 1, but instead they're just gonna go for the Nautilus here. Keria on the Senna wasn't the most effective. I feel like he's much better on kind of interactive and engaging supports, and so I suppose the Nautilus, that can also be flexed, of course.
Yeah.
Is a decent first pick here.
Obviously, Chovy, no stranger to piloting it in the mid lane to great effect, as Africa, okay.
They're kind of calling out Dragon X, like, do you guys even know how to play Soraka? It's not locked in yet.
Soraka hard counters Karthus. And so if they were to take Karthus here, I think they have to wait until R3.
Yeah.
Now, this still could be a Karthus game. You could have Jarvan go top lane. A lot of people have forgotten how much damage that champion does when he's built full-on AD with higher base levels. Ornn can obviously go in mid. Most likely actually going to be Ornn against Nautilus, and that's actually going to favor Fly in the mid lane against Chovy.
Yeah. MF was another one of those champions that kind of stuck out as someone's probably going to pick that up eventually. Dragon X by debate. They do take the MF here on V2. Lee Sin for Pioshik didn't have the most fun on Elise in game number 1. As Braum is going to be picked up here. They don't elect to go for Karthus here.
And now will they be the ones that end up banning away Soraka? Where they could be the party that still wants to be drafting it. So they do have that option on R4. And then they can reserve counterpick for AD once Mystic would have full knowledge about what's going on. LeBlanc now banned away, so it looks like they are considering that Nautilus will just be flexed into the support role, so not to run into Ornn in the mid lane.
Not a bad thought. You have to imagine what else could they ban here in the mid lane. We saw Chovy had a decent game on Zoe, but you can't 1v9 essentially with Zoe anymore. Kennen gets taken away. That is something that Keen has returned to time and again. And it's a source of potential AP damage that they don't quite have in their comp yet, or not too much.
Little surprising. And that could also signify that Doran maybe just wants to get a hold of an Aatrox pick. And so you could let him have the Aatrox as long as you're the one locking in the Soraka.
You think Keen would be willing to hop onto Soraka?
I mean, why not? You know, Keen the caregiver.
Yeah, Keen the caregiver. With the K.
Yeah, with the K. That's how he adds his own little flair to it.
I wouldn't mind it. Just not sure if Afrika, they don't pop out as a team that would play Soraka to me. I think there's a good chance we see a bunch of Soraka in our second series of the night, Homalife versus Sandbox. Fiora coming in, I feel like that Aatrox is looking pretty nice, but you've mentioned before there's many counters to the Aatrox. There's still like Neil available. Stuff like that. Quinn, another opportunity.
Well, there it is. And now will DRX be the ones to pick Soraka? Or how are they going to end up answering this? They're going to have to do top and mid here. Azir. This is a champion that historically Chovy has always hated. So it'd be very interesting to see if he would bring him out here today. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, that sounds a bit more Chovy-esque to me. Aurelia, the pickup. Don't see it very often, but if there is one player that would play it, it would be Chovy.
Now, I wonder if Chovy is going to go top lane with the Aurelia to face Keen on the Aatrox, because Aurelia does beat Aatrox. And then Ziggs is being hovered right now. I don't...
Yeah, and it's going to be locked in for the side of Dragon X. Carriot gave a little shake of his head. I don't think that was about the pick. Very interesting. Now, Deft has played Ziggs before, but there's a misfortune that they already have.
It could be support misfortune as a way to punish Braum.
Whoa.
And, you know, I mean, that's a spin on Mage, but... then
okay. I'm down with this draft. I'm good.
I have no idea where we're going. We got a lot of scaling on the side of Afrika. Mystic
like
with the Jinx, and all right, we got 20 seconds to figure out where all these champions are going. Is it going to just be Chovy on the Ziggs? Now, we've seen some solo queue stars be playing Ziggs. Ziggs also got some recent buffs.
Yeah, he did.
And so we have 4 seconds remaining. Is it really going to be Doron?
Did he get the buffs on 10-2 though? Might have been 10-3.
You know what?
I don't know. I
take a
think
little
you
look
should
for
check
you.
that. It's very pertinent information for this. As you guys are seeing this right, Doran's on Aurelia. Chovy is playing Ziggs. So it's not even the Aurelia player hopping onto that champion.
Look at his dental hygiene, honestly.
Ziggs, you know,
Yeah.
they're probably dentures after blowing out his teeth so many times with explosives.
You think he does that?
Yeah. Oh,
It's
not on
10-2.
purpose.
10-2.
Oh, it is 10-2?
Yep. His bouncing bomb got 10 base. Satchel charge distance increased by 100, and
Enemy knockback.
Hextech explosive minefield slow is increased by
Those are some nice
10%.
buffs.
10% is really big. That removes
Yeah.
boots tier 1 from the opponent, basically.
That is nice, especially because you're probably going to be keeping that at rank 1,
Yeah.
I would imagine, for the majority of the game. So either way, guys, we got a very cool draft coming into Game 2. Game number 1 was kind of like, oh, okay, one team out-drafted the other. They played it well, and they got ahead and won. Game 2, I think, could look a lot different here as we have some new mix-ups, some new parts to this game we call League of Legends that we don't get to see very often. And Chovy, a mechanical god in the mid lane, playing Ziggs, definitely going to be a nice little treat for us here.
Ziggs is laughing.
Yeah.
He's having the time of his life right now.
I actually loved playing Ziggs.
Yeah.
Towards the end of Season 9, I was playing him a lot, actually. He's just really fun, you know? He's very satisfying when you hit that bomb.
Yes.
You have to be very precise. Your satchel also very important. It's great for ganks now, especially with the extra 100 range on enemy knockback, because it could really get opponents out of position. It could be like a mini cask if you think about Gragas's cask. Now, we haven't really seen much Gragas mid lane, but Ziggs into the mid lane with his satchel with some extra knockback. It's kind of an interesting idea. A lot of displacement with that, and you have the Lee Sin kick available. We'll see how it goes. I'm excited to see what he can do here, especially in the mid lane against a melee champion. It was only after they were like, okay, he's going up against either Ornn or Aatrox, so, you know, it's going to be one of two. Spirit going for a level 2 gank here. Scans it out.
Now gets the ward away, and when we talk about these two team compositions, obviously there is a lot of scaling on both of these sides, but you have to remember the ornaments that can end up coming in on Afrika. Ziggs is a very scary champion, goes all the way up to 6 items. Aurelia also very scary. So it's mostly the ornaments and Jinx versus the Ziggs and the Aurelia inside of this game and in the later stages, as first dragon of the game is also going to be Ocean Drake, so hopefully not a Cloud Soul.
You're really big on later stages, aren't you, Ellis?
I see what you did there.
Yeah. I mean, it's true.
Yeah.
And it actually does match.
Leisurely stalling.
Yeah.
Is my ideal type of thing to do.
Yeah. Lazily stalling.
Yes. As Doran versus Keen. Keen seems to have a little bit of an upper hand right now inside of the lane, and also Fly in mid lane ended up building a Rejuve bead.
Look at this timing. They might be trying to get him when he goes for the cannon. Yeah, it's perfect. Can they get the knock up here? The stun is going to work, but oh, the knock up. Doran could be in some trouble here. The flash comes down, and really specific and perfect timing out of the jungle and top lane. Great communication from Afrika to lock down that first blood.
And it was a really good first blood as well. It was relatively simple to coordinate, trading flashes. Keen now in such a fantastic position. Now it looks like Spirit was maybe going to instantly regank, but now Keen staying inside of the lane as Fly.
He just adds so much enjoyment to the mid lane.
Oh man.
나와볼래? 나와봐.
Do you want to look at this? And nothing else, no other communication.
We got him.
Yeah.
That was it.
Some pretty high-end excitement right there.
Yeah.
A lot of these players, as Mystic and Jelly down there in bot lane, not really doing all too much. Ocean Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. And the other thing about this is that Afrika's team composition is a lot stronger at the initial one core item, and that's because mostly Jarvan's effectiveness is going to be a bit more than Lee Sin's against this DRX team comp, but also Ornn is just so powerful, even on low economy, due to the nature of his kit. Aurelia, she takes a lot of time to get going. And so, obviously, Aatrox will have the leg up. The Braum is also super effective against DRX's team composition as Doran finds himself in a bit of an awkward lane state. It's slow pushing into Keen, who is absolutely in the driver's seat right now with that Doran's Blade plus Ruby Crystal.
Yeah.
Sapphire Crystal picked up in mid lane, so it's going to be Catalyst for Fly into probably Abyssal Mask.
Which, I suppose, not that bad when you're going up against the Ziggs in this game. And we had a little freeze down in the bottom side. You notice that Deft and Keria actually stopped the wave right before the turret. And what happened was Spirit ended up going down towards the bottom lane, perhaps even just to support them and say, okay, if they're trying to freeze to set up a gank here with the Lee Sin, I'll be here. So kind of drawing the Jarvan down. Doesn't amount to anything, but just little movements like that with the lane and affecting the lane is stuff that LS talks about all the time. Good to see it out of Deft and Keria here, even if there weren't too many results out of it.
Both the junglers not really achieving all that much right now. They're also both pretty low in the CS department.
That knockback is insane now.
Yeah, it is.
I gotta play some more Ziggs.
No, you don't.
Insane.
Atlas is, yeah. Atlas, okay.
Yeah.
Talked about, I believe he talked about Ziggs. Okay, earlier this week actually in the broadcast.
What about it?
Let's just stay away from him. All right, now I have to tell you too, Valdez.
What? Why? Why? Is he like too mechanically? Is he not Annie? Is that the reason?
Valdez. The way that you're going to escape the MMR that you're in is by confiding in Annie. Okay?
I don't play
I get it. You're allergic to victory. I understand.
I win a lot.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
for
am
the
a
enemy
winner.
team, you do. I know.
I am a winner.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Sort of like enemy team Ziggs and then my team Ziggs. You know?
My Ziggs in Plat was like 70% win rate.
KW. In Plat.
Hey man, it's Korean server. It's not that bad.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna have to just let that one go. As
Let it
Afrika,
just fly away.
yeah.
All right. Just trying to take blue again here.
Yeah, he's gonna find it. Ends up having to smite it seems like. So a little unfortunate right there, but given it was so low HP. And this early and mid-game transition is very slow and steady by both of these teams yet again. So outside of that kill top lane, which Doran has managed to recover very well, not a lot of action taking place.
See what happens up here on the top side. Doran just clearing the wave, it looks like. The Ziggs was coming up. Now, Aatrox definitely one of the more difficult champions to hit with your ultimate as a Ziggs player. But still possible if he's locked down for quite a while with some help from Aurelia. And of course, the Aatrox not going to have any MR in this lane against the Aurelia, so if you can make something happen, as they are trying to make some kind of game.
Oh!
Okay, I'm just going to pretend I did not see that. As he's really just trying to bait Keen into a fight, but it's really obvious now. I mean, if that's what's going to happen. Bit of a blunder there mechanically. Doran messing that one up.
Oh,
nice
man.
movement. from Keen, and now this is coming down to Lee Sin no longer here. Doran does have the flash, tries to dodge it, but he's just gonna hold on to flash and say, yeah, I'm dead. That's gonna be 0-2 for Doran on the Aurelia in the top side. A bit sad for him, but Keen this time around having a nice little fun game, 2-0 already on the Aatrox.
Yeah, now he's gonna be able to convert into a play. Oh no, actually, Ziggs' bomb.
Yeah.
Is gonna come in here and deny it. As Mystic and Jelly are recalling right now, and if they wanted to initiate a lane swap, they could probably have gone for it on this wave if they had synchronized with Keen better. And then I really like this. Spirit comes right on up. Doran doesn't even try to actually live. Now, I think that had he flashed prior to Ethereal Chains, I don't know if Jarvan would still be in range to Cataclysm, but then Jarvan could just flash Cataclysm, so would still end up dying no matter what.
Does seem that way. I think there was a little bit of just giving up as well, just saying, well, I'm caught again. Not much I can do here. Spirit's been good about his ganks. Had a great game of Karthus. This time he's playing the Jarvan really well. Going for that tank Jarvan. They will have some really nice engage with Spirit's Cataclysms on the Jarvan plus Ornn. And even a Braum to follow up, not to mention that huge front line they have of 4 big dudes and Jinx as the hyper carry.
Well, they're getting into the mid game almost here as Ornn, I mean, he's level 9, so still going to be a couple ways away until he has the ability to give Ornn items. We know that probably going to be Black Cleaver, and had that hit on Chovy, he would be dead.
Such a troll is Ziggs. I mean, you just have such ability to dodge. His ultimate not really doing too much just yet, even with the Ludens, as the bomb follow-up, he's got great sustained damage. They went really deep, but the follow-up here from the side of Spirit and Jelly might be enough, but the stopwatch is good. A couple of Qs going wide from both Chovy and Pyosik, but in the end, still they get that kill onto Fly, and that's a nice kill to put onto your Ziggs in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I mean, it's super big to end up getting it that time because it sets a lot of control and tempo also in favor of DragonX. Right now they're up 1,000 gold, and a lot of that is because of the XP leads in all of the lanes. So even though Doran's died twice, he's doing a really good job. Pyosik and Kyria now, they're going to end up getting the Rift Herald.
This is where Chovy begins to have a lot of fun in this game. Ziggs, when you get ahead, is it's a lot of fun. It's one of the main reasons you like to play it. Even Spirit with the Cinderhulk is getting chunked out here until he builds some MR. Bottom lane, looks like he had to heal, actually. Mystic, and Deft is up a level and zoning him out of this lane. You can see bullet time was used. Jelly, as he roamed up to the top side, Deft just saying, well, MF is going to dunk on you 1v1, and he's really making the most of this.
Well,
denying 2 backs.
Yeah, we can take a look at this. Chovy, this is him just dodging everything. Eventually summons the R. Or no flash.
Yeah.
They just keep reiterating that. Aurelia pinged on the way. Did manage to crash the wave before this all transpired, so getting a lot of value right there. Almost 5,000. Yeah, 1,500 gold lead right now for DragonX.
Yeah, absolutely. They're feeling pretty good about this game number 2 right now. You see that Ziggs, rather than go for the Sork boots, he goes straight into just a blasting wand. It's kind of interesting, just going straight into more AP. Keen is diving here, looking for Doran. Does he have it with the Conqueror and his passive? He is just never gonna die. Taking him down under turret, making it look easy. Ziggs has the bomb, is gonna do huge damage from mid. Going in here is Pyosik, but the kick was too early. But at the end of the day, is gonna pick it up. Even looking for Jelly here, forces another flash. Pyoshik with the heal. He's gonna survive for so long, and now bullet time is not gonna be enough for now, but he will be able to pick up Spirit at least. As Fly doesn't have too much damage, and red and blue here for death. They could probably dive this. They're gonna clear out the wave first and then go for the kill, it looks like. Let's see how they want to go for this. Just gonna burst him down. Not even gonna take it safely.
Whoa!
That is gonna be the punishment as Jinx from the base.
Yeah, from downtown.
Gonna take him down.
And meanwhile, during all of this though, Chovy, he did get the mid-tier 1 turret, but also Keen. Let's just take a look at this. 1, 2, 3, and Aatrox, nice champion, by the way.
Yeah.
Ends up having his Conqueror fully stacked. World Ender comes out.
Look at him not take damage here.
Yeah. This is all a byproduct of Aurelia. She missed her stun.
Yeah.
And down here in bottom lane, Jelly getting chunked out quite a lot. Mystic ends up getting ulted there by Kyria. The ultimate comes in. Pyoshik eventually able to get on. Fade away by Mystic, able to slow Pyoshik, who then just uses a ward hop to close the distance. Warren ultimate comes out, wasn't able to hit Deft, and so Spirit ends up going down there shortly after.
Yeah.
And this was good. This was good juggling, and didn't actually see who got the turret first. Oh, okay. Aatrox did, and Jinx almost got 2 kills.
Yeah.
오 뭐야? 아 쉣.
He said, F word.
아 징크스 공 생각 안 했어.
Well, almost F word.
Yeah.
And then he said, oh shit. Yeah.
What was that?
What? 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 That's what he literally. Stop. I don't want to hear it, Valdez.
You just heard. This came from me. Take a look at Ziggs' build right now. He finally did build the sword pen. You think he's going towards straight voids now?
That'd be an interesting purchase. He could also just get Leandri's here.
Ooh.
For 3,100 gold inside of the shop. He could really just make this Arcanus Ziggs really
Leandri's
perform a lot
scammer.
better. And honestly, I mean, this Ziggs skin, you hear its laugh. I think it's fantastic. The crystals look beautiful.
Nice, nice.
I really love the shade of blue
Yeah.
that Riot chose to use on this skin in particular. And honestly, Ziggs just has such a wonderful hat that I think is really complementary to his backpack. And you can pick this up in the
love the
store
way he
and
runs.
client. Yeah.
I'm a really big fan of the way he runs. I don't think I've ever seen anyone run like that in real life, but just the way that he does it is really awesome.
Yeah. Well,
Fly is pretty much the only person that has any MR on this team right now. And yes, he was laning against the Ziggs, but eventually this Ziggs is going to move out of the lane. You're going to be taking turrets left and right. Ziggs, you were talking about Chovy taking tier 1. He is probably the best. I don't know if there is a better champion at taking turrets alone.
ooh. Yeah, Ziggs can, he can take them really quickly.
Do you think he's the best in the game? Just with his passive and, of course, the satchel? Because, like, if you leave him alone, he's going to take out a turret in, like, 20 seconds. If he has a wave.
I wish I knew the answer to this. If it was actually him or if it was something else.
Oh, boy. That's a nice little satchel. It's going to slow him down. Keen in a little bit of trouble. Finally, Doran goes over the wall, but going to have that stun flash this time around, and now they're getting flanked. Chovy, though.
Chovy.
Oh, no! Oh.
That was some good synergy. That was actually really good. We sounded almost like a choir.
We kind of sounded like the same person.
Yeah.
That was a bit interesting.
Yeah, like the type. Is it Tibetan monks?
Tibetan monks?
Is it Tibetan monks?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, that was a bit of an oopsie. Poor Chovy. You'd have to imagine that he has a bit less experience on this champion compared to other champions like Aurelia, Akali, etc. But very close to getting over the wall there. Keen, he's got the best moving. They call it moving in Korean, just simply. when you have like really good dodging skills, they just call it moving. And his moving has been the best. Like Doran has been missing all of his stuns, yes, but I feel like it's more Keen dodging them rather than Doran missing all of them. Yes, he could be trying to read Keen better with his dodging. There's always that leveling game. But Keen is one of the best at moving in this game, and he's been showing it here. His understanding of how Aurelia likes to play. He's just been reading him like a book. So give credit to Keen.
Total damage dealt to turrets this game.
See what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's... Ziggs is a...
Look at that
I mean, he's something. He's a demolitionist. As 40 seconds until the Infernal Dragon is going to come up. Dragon X, they're going to manage to pick up Shirley. And...
Oh, he got Morello. Really?
Yeah, you know what? We're not going to... They don't know how to itemize, and that's fine. You know, you just don't make fun of them.
So, we were talking about this before, how Ornn, for that moment in time, was the only person that had MR.
Yes.
In that case, he could have just sat on Oblivion Orb.
Yes.
And just waited.
And been completely fine.
Until they build more MR. But instead, he rushed and spent an extra 1,400 gold for Grievous Wounds. And it'll be good for Aatrox, but I'm not sure if it'll be good for anything else.
And
it's not going to be fighting much against the Aatrox.
Looks like Dragon X is trying to push up top lane. In Afrika, I feel like they're misassessing this situation. It's so valuable. Well, never mind, actually. Goron just going to end up recalling. Infernal Drake is so big. Really nice cancel there by Fly.
Shirley coming down, but the TPs are making their way in. Keen behind them, but take a look at the Jarvan having a bit of trouble. It's going to stone plate, and Keen's kind of all alone here. Big damage in the back by the Ziggs, and he's just sitting in the back. Bullet time as well. They're all grouped up, and they can't quite kill anyone here. Mystic's still alive, and he's going to snipe him and get away with such little health. Unbelievable that he gets out, and Afrika somehow, some way are going to turn this fight around. Right now, it's a 3-for-0, and they're looking for more.
Is looking to try to get onto Chovy. Not going to be able to. They're going to turn their attention now to the Baron, and I don't know how long until... Oh, I don't even think they're actually going to try it. They're just going to recall, so this does give Dragon X another chance back into this game. Let's take a look at how this all transpires. Spirit coming in from the flank. Doran matching it with his own flank onto Keen. Keen also with the flanking teleport, having to go golden briefly. Chovy doing his best to disrupt the backline. And the bombs are aplenty onto Mystic, who finds so much now. Had Leandri's Torment been in the game, Mystic
he would have died.
Probably would have ended up dying there.
He would have.
But likewise, I do suppose that maybe actually the Morello did come in handy there as well. But Leandri's would have done so much more in this team fight in particular.
Not saying that Morello does nothing, just that Leandri's probably does more in most situations.
Now they're all posturing around the Infernal Dragon. So even though Dragon X lost that team fight, they're still in a really good spot, and a lot of that is because they managed to raise so many turrets.
Yeah. It's 6-2 right now. Take a look at the map here.
Yeah. In Aurelia building the Black Cleaver first item, and I think this is, I'm unsure if this is a meta shift that people are
Oh, that was really close, actually. Ziggs, another fun thing, he can steal objectives like you would not believe if your timing is good. If you feel like you got the rhythm, try out Ziggs.
And
only $9.99 on the rest. No, I'm just kidding. Or am I? Thinking.
Well.
Yeah, it's
at this point.
It was an interesting fight because Afrika did win it, and they got the Infernal off the back of it. I feel like that might even be the biggest win as they make their way towards Infernal Soul. But also, a lot of the kills, the double kill to Jinx is really nice, because you really need to get Jinx going as soon as possible, and to have her 4-1 at 23 minutes is really good.
It is, and also Fly, ornaments coming in, Obsidian Cleaver on Keen, really just amplifying the stats, and with the Infernal, it's these added extra little bits of advantages that Afrika is just going to be able to make use of. Now, as I was mentioning, the Black Cleaver on the Aurelia, I don't know if this is like a new trend. I've heard murmurs of Triforce plus Black Cleaver beginning to get popular on Black Cleaver and Trinity Force users alike. So I don't know, but another thing is that Doran's build was so stifled by first the Executioners calling into the Tiamat that maybe he's just thinking there's no way I'm getting to Trinity Force in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, at 0 and 4, I mean, the game's going to be over by the time he makes that item.
Oh, what are you talking about, Valdez? We got another, take a look.
Oh,
20 minutes
Deft.
here, yeah.
What are you doing there, buddy? You might want to stay next to your Nautilus next time. As a ward, a nice little ward there was what spotted him out. And just an extremely easy combo for Keen to pull off from there, who is now 4-0-4, but we certainly found him here in this game. As now we're looking for the big engage, 5v4. Can Chovy do anything? He's gonna drop down a bomb. There's so much going on to Mystic, but does it matter? He's gonna get away alive once again, just with a tiny bit of health. He's not gonna get excited, it looks like, but it does not matter, as for some reason Keria decided to walk into 4 people to try to save that turret, wasn't able to do it. And Afrika are just stacking up the kills bit by bit. They are making a lead for themselves.
Yeah, Afrika continue to just keep getting slowly and slowly ahead. And also, want to point out Fly, a bit of a savant with his itemization here. No Frozen Fist. Has the Sunfire as well as the Abyssal Mask ornament upgrades as Deft. Yeah, he just. You know what? At the end of the day, at least he has the Prestige Edition skin. That's the way that I look at it.
At least he looks good, right? You know?
Yeah.
You got to be good at something. As so funny I say that after he just like demolishes a team single-handedly yesterday, 2 days ago. No offense to Deft. Just got to be careful about those wards in the mid lane. As you can see here, yeah, Ziggs does a lot of poke damage, but he loves sustained fights. And if you're fighting 4v5 while getting ultra engaged and he doesn't have any protection, it's not going to be enough. And there is enough tankiness and bulkiness in the comp of Afrika to just withstand a short engagement. And every single engagement has been just that. Afrika getting a wombo combo and Ziggs just barely surviving, and they cut the fight right there. They don't overextend. Afrika are playing really well in this game.
The other thing about it is Chovy is on an island in both Game 1 and Game 2. He's the only stable player. And that's what he's actually really known for, except for when he tilts. But that's a different person. That's Choki. You may have known him.
Oh, yeah, I think I've heard of him.
He's not here.
Yeah, no, not today.
Chovy is, I mean, he's been so stable in both of these games, single-handedly trying to carry both. But the picks that he's on, both control mages against pretty hard engage. And you have to wonder what they're going to end up doing in this game as more and more ornaments keep coming in. Afrika likely to get the second Infernal Dragon as well. And all of these things are just sort of compounding onto each other. Keen has a beautiful flank.
Yeah, they're trying to bait him into this as well. Slowly cutting out vision. Now there's 0 vision in that jungle, except for one ward all the way down there towards the lane.
Oh, super.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, I mean, that didn't actually clear the whole wave. I guess Ziggs, yeah, he's going to have to waddle his way on over there now.
How about another free Infernal Drake?
Let's take a look at what this gives. 260, 180 on Jinx. Okay,
1080.
All right, she got 1080. That's
good.
Yeah, so Jarvan probably just got like 4. Given that he is full tank.
Yeah.
So
Aatrox gets
Aatrox
6, 7.
Oh well, Aatrox must have gotten more than that.
You think so?
Yeah, I do think so. Jinx just recalled, bought another item, so I think Aatrox probably got maybe 12 or something from that, or like 11.
Okay.
Not bad by any means. So the Dragons, probably around 1,000 gold in terms of effectiveness.
Yeah, it's really big, and there's another one coming up in 5 minutes. I don't really see too much of a reason with Aurelia this far behind for Afrika to rush anything. Aurelia has essentially been a non-factor Maybe if she had slowly gone for Trinity Force and they were on some kind of Trinity Force timer, but
Yeah.
she's not even going for that item, so I feel like it gives Afrika even more time to sit back and chill and stack up Infernal Soul.
Mystic here on this Jinx right now. He's going to go over and get the red buff. The side lanes right now are really good for Afrika as well. Now they have options. They can just wait for the Infernal Soul to come up. They don't have to take a team fight. They're waiting on double Rondu and Zoman completions. Personally, I really don't like this out of Spirit. I think getting an Ornn item is just so much more valuable. Even if you end up wasting the Immolate passive, the HP and armor from a Sunfire upgrade is probably even fine here.
Yeah.
As Redemption or Locket is going to be upgrade for Jelly. Probably should just be Redemption, I think.
Yeah, looks like he's got a position there at least. We'll see how long he holds on to that here. Fly sitting at level 14. Has upgraded 2 items so far.
You did get 15 now, so
Yeah.
probably going to upgrade Jelly.
See if he does go for that. Looks like he has stopped. And
Yep. Yeah, he's building it.
There it is. So just adding more free gold, essentially, to this team. Karia's got to be careful now. This is not just your Jinx early game. This is like she's going to send a couple rockets your way, and all of a sudden, your level 11 Nautilus self has to be careful that you're not dying.
So now, at this point, Jelly manages to get out of there. Karia popping a Stone Plate.
Stone Plate is good, though. That's a huge bullet time, and the double ultimates are going to nuke the 2 of them. You see Mystic now is just going to get kicked in. There is no way for him to get out of there. Pyosik clean as a whistle. All that you need as, not sure why you want to fight, straight into Misfortune Ziggs in a tunnel with Infernal coming up in 2 minutes and the Baron available. Big blunder here from Afrika from the lead, and they may have just thrown it away.
And you have to wonder what Afrika is even thinking right there. They also blew some summoners, and you just take a look at what they're doing. This vision is all irrelevant because Dragon X can't start the Baron. So it makes you feel better. I hope it makes, you know, them get tucked in at night, but they come in and they just get clapped so hard. And it's so clean and such a free victory there. Nothing was invested outside of the exhaust on Nautilus as well as the flash on Lee Sin.
여기 좋은데? 여기 그거 좋아, 여기.
It's looking good, it's looking good. Baron.
Said Baron, yeah, at the end.
They don't say anything. They just crush their opponents in silence.
Looks like Ziggs almost has the death cap as well.
Yeah.
As now Afrika, they're going to have to find a way in. Mystic, most important member, Chovy.
Gotta be real careful about that. They are gonna force a flash and a teleport out of the side of Dragon X, but Baron's still up here, minute 40. Flash coming in. They really want to get on top of Mystic and just ult him down! And they are gonna be able to do enough damage as they knock that Unbreakable out of that Braum. And it looks like Dragon X with that might just be able to win this game. Afrika on the run. They have a Ziggs.
Yeah,
They're going to be pushing
they just
in.
need 1 minion with Ziggs.
Yeah, that's all they need to do. Ian is going to attempt his best. They're trying to nuke down the minions that have Baron. That's not going to work as, okay, they'll get the one turret.
Man.
And so they will have to tank it because it's just the Baron's cannon.
Cavalry has arrived.
Yep, there we go. That's going to be GG. Nothing that Afrika can do. It felt like the 1-2 step to a defeat for Afrika, unfortunately, as Dragon X keep their cool and are able to shut them down here and force a game number 3. Congratulations to them as it will extend this one. Keen had a really nice game on the Aatrox. You see that he's really not feeling too happy, but he was one of the guys from Africa that was in front of that one, trying to engage onto a
Yeah.
stone-plated Nautilus. Gotta wonder, you know, just one mistake is all you need to entirely throw a game away, and I feel like we did see a bit of that here. So, a lot to talk about, no doubt, as they re-enter the room here. Isla Move, I don't see him.
Yeah, I don't see him either. Maybe that's him all the way on the left. But I'm not entirely sure. Afrika actually just lost the game in a 1.5 minute span. All that build-up and victories, all for naught. As Chovy, looks like he's going to sit down, don't know. Okay. As we take a look at how it all transpires, Own Ultimate comes out. Chovy does end up flashing away. And then just take a look at this. Mystic tries to go back in towards...
Carry
well,
man.
Yeah. The flash R, and then Pioshik finding a kick as well. Ends up getting in there. Misfortune able to bring down the Jinx.
I wonder what killed him. Did it go around the Unbreakable eventually?
I think the Make It Rain.
Or was it...
Or
was there a Make It Rain? Maybe it was like Scorch. That's what I was
Oh, we're
wondering.
actually going to see.
There's no Make It Rain.
No,
No
I
double
guess...
up.
Yeah, I guess the Braum faded. The shield?
Must be.
He says end. Let's end.
That's a nice big number there.
And yeah, Chovy, 1v9.
Yeah, it did kind of feel like that in this game. Although, Deft, he had one blunder, but other than that, his bullet times were nice. Although it is kind of easy when the enemy team just comes straight into you.
Yes.
So you can just line up that bullet time pretty nicely. As that was interesting. We are going to go to a game number 3 because of the way that game did end. So Afrika looked pretty clean in their draft and play in game 1. Slipped up a bit there in game 2. Very competitive game between these two is going on. So
we'll see what the draft has in store for game number 3, because this Afrika got so many advantages, but wasn't able to do anything with it, and that can't feel good.
No, it absolutely does not. And we saw that Dragon X, props to them, they identified the one carry and they took him out. We are going to be going to a game number 3 after this break.
노출 앞에 써줬어 이거? 하트 왼 여기 없다. 해볼라 한다. 그만하거든. 리신 카운. 미드. 얘네 빨리만 각 좋아. 나 텔 썼는데. 싸움 볼 거야? 싸우자. 미드로 할래 계속? 오른 공 없어. 지금 미드 빡세게 해야 될 거야. 얘네 갈렸어 이거? 징크스. 징크스 필. 하트 내가 맞고 중이야. 하트 맞고 중이야. 하트 못해. 하트 딜 못해. 아트 딜 못해. 아트 볼게. 끝낼 수 있어. 아트 봐줘. 야 이거 한명 끝내자.
야또 잡아야겠다.
야 리신 빼. 내가 막 할게.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 뇌지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
We're back after DRX versus Africa game number 2. DRX found their victory. There were a lot of top champions getting banned out, and Africa picked up Aatrox. It was not an easy situation for DRX, but they went with sword versus sword matchup, Irelia. But at the same time, well, in game it did not really go well. However, they hold it until the Ziggs have a power spike, and they won the game with one shot. Well, I mean, in solo queue, Ziggs, a champion, is really hard to play against, and it's really hard to close out the game against Ziggs. That last pick 6 was really powerful, so we want to figure out whose idea it was. Well, Doran had a very hard time, and actually Africa won consecutive fights in the early phase. However, DRX got that fight that enabled them to have a huge turnaround. Here, well actually they opened a fight in a narrow corridor, so this is very favoring landscape for DRX players. Even though they started with missing the Q skill, so Africa players were not really that afraid to go in. However, MF was able to do a lot of damage with his ult, and also Ziggs also did amazing damage in that narrow place. So with all the AoE damage combined, well, Africa players were so low, and also Pyosik was able to kick Jinx as well, also popping his flash. So Chovy in the backline was doing so much poke damage. And then, not long after that, there was another team fight that ended the game. So Africa actually tried to engage, but they could not find any means to target. And then DRX players re-engaged. So Keria did not let Jinx go away without his flash, so he ulted on a flashless Jinx, and then Chovy followed with his ult. That ult landed on the middle of Jinx, and it did 1100 damage. So that was really slight moment that Jinx was exposed without her flash. He was taking the left-hand path to get away, but Nautilus was so aggressive, flashing forward and landing his ultimate. There was no way for Mystic to get out of that zone of Ziggs' ultimate. And that's such a decisive moment. Keria was so calm, making his decision. So let's check out the player of the game, game number 2. It was Chovy doing that massive amount damage on Ziggs. Damage per minute, damage percentage, damage to turrets is all impressive. Even Mina watching this game was interested in learning to play Ziggs. Even though Chovy also had a hard time during the laning phase and he wasn't able to find any meaningful points throughout the mid and early game, he was really good at holding on till he got enough power to fight back. And also Nautilus and Ziggs can also be a bot lane comp, but mid lane Ziggs has way much more power in terms of damage, and Chovy managed to pull it off in the very end. When I first saw it, well, Wadid was not really sure about that choice. However, throughout the game, with Orange J4, it was not easy to fight against Ziggs in the mid and early game, and DRX players were able to protect him throughout the mid and early game. So let's check out who will be the winner with the final game number 3.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for that wonderful translation. Once again, good to see that Chovy did pick that one up. Did the most turret damage, so good to see. He looks pretty calm, ready to go. Fly looks unfazed, as usual.
Not finding the success that he probably wanted there in the mid lane Ornn. That wasn't why they ended up losing the game. They ended up losing it, obviously, inside of that narrow corridor leading to left side river. Funneling into that, giving away the Baron, and then Mystic once again getting caught by Keria on that Nautilus with the flash forward R. So, see what Africa does this time around. We'll see if Soraka ends up getting prioritized again inside of the ban phase.
Well, with the way that game 1 went, I wouldn't be surprised if They just did a very similar draft, and starting it off with the Soraka ban is what they did in game number 1. Will they mix it up based off of their experience in the last couple of games?
Well,
no.
No. Afrika now, yeah, banning it away. Dragon X probably going to stay super standard. Yeah, there's the Akali.
Are you ready for Elise or Necton? I think that answers your question, or my question.
Not talking to you.
rather.
As Afrika signifying that yet again they want a set pick. 2 anti-set champions being banned away. Aladios banned away by Dragon X.
So Dragon X banned Lucian in game 1 as their second ban, and Aphelios is third. So this could be a bit of a mix-up. It might just be mind games, and maybe they ban Lucian third, keep it the same, but it is the first difference here in the ban from the last time they were on these sides.
Ban MF and try to bait Afrika into a Xayah, and then Dragon X gets the Ezreal.
Sounds good to me.
That would
I'm always happy
that
to
would
watch
maybe
Steph
be
play
the
it.
play. So Afrika goes B1 set. Dragon X responds jungle top. Afrika goes. Okay, well, already ruined.
Okay. That does leave Lucian open. Yeah, you're done now, LS.
All right. Hold on. B1 Lucian. Okay, or B1 Ornn. All right, B1 Lucian.
You can only choose one.
Stop.
It's not a prediction if you list 3 different champions.
You need to. Now, if Dragon X does want to try to get their hands on the Ezreal, they need to wait.
No, I'm just kidding. Keep going.
I have had about enough of you. Tonight? And I need to check if Atlas is still here.
No, he's gone. Long gone. I sent him home.
Okay.
MF, okay. Here
MF
it
is locked in. And
he
remember,
didn't say Elise.
the Lucian is a Triflex.
He said Horn.
Okay.
I didn't want to spoil it. There it is. We did have the camera on Pioshik, but I don't think Jungle Ornn is going to come into the LCK just yet.
Yeah. Unlikely that would happen, and here it comes. They're going to go back to Karthus, so they need to keep accompanying this. Maybe Pantheon just actually comes. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
And now this is a little bit awkward. Soraka is banned away. Does Dragon X go for the Senna yet again? Now, if you want to choose a Sinner jungle... Oh, this is a Kindred spot. Oh.
Pioshik, that's what he named himself after.
And Chovy saying, you know what, in game number 1, I lane kingdomed this guy with Zoe. I'll do it again.
It was all in game 1, though. Same champion.
Same champion, but lane kingdom the champion, okay?
Yeah. You were talking about the guy Pantheon.
Braum now banned away. Will Afrika ban Kindred? As the jungler isn't selected yet. Now, in terms of options, that, remember, you normally have to put Karthus in the grave. You have to sin against him, regardless of if you're a power farmer or not. Nidalee, one of the best Karthus answers.
Yeah.
Kindred is perceived as a Karthus answer. The problem is that if Karthus grabs Kindred once, in terms of being able to kill her, inside of the jungle, or them, whatever, you know, if you want to go down that route,
sure.
Then it becomes really hard. Because Kindred is extremely squishy.
Yeah.
And if Karthus ends up getting base leads, then things get problematic. Now, another Sinner is Xin Zhao. He's able to do the 4-camp clear into meeting Karthus at his blue buff. And so perhaps Dragon X... No, Kayn is not a Karthus counter. Kayn is not...
Hey, when they ult, you go into the...
Nope. Shadow Kayn is not... There it is.
Oh, come on.
Sometimes.
Come on. He was saying
Are you?
Olaf.
I'm gonna walk. Are you? What is wrong?
I saw him saying it. It's like, Olaf, he's like, yeah, it seems like it'll be good.
Yeah. Yeah, real good for the enemy team here.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, you want to talk about how to?
They want to have the beard synergy.
You want to talk about how to punt a draft? It might be right there.
Olaf and MF. No, I'm just kidding. Olaf and Ornn with the beard synergy. Nautilus coming in. Another beefy boy.
And all that Afrika has to do is they just have to stay on theme here. I mean, you're looking for an 80 carry now. I mean, you can have... Well, Vayne is not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Caitlyn. Thinking Caitlyn in bot lane is probably fine. Ezreal is definitely on the safer end. Also has all the mobility and repositioning against the Ornn and the Zoe, as well as the Olaf. Able to just kite for days. Now, if you're Dragon X, do you go with the Senna here as a means to try to answer the Karthus, or do you do something super safe, like a Tom Kench, who... Oh,
look at that. Mr. Tarek coming in as final pick. And I think that's the second game they've saved support as counter pick, by the way, on red side for Dragon X. There you have it. They say, okay, bottom lane, you know, we can just go even. It should be okay. And if a team fight happens, if Requiem comes out, perhaps
is
I can
it
counter.
Ornn? No, it has to be Ornn top lane because he beats Lucian. Or he's able to beat Lucian, I should say. 2 seconds.
Okay. The mind games.
And I like that. They just mixed up the graphics, so it said Keen and Chovy were on the same team, and Keen was a jungler.
Ooh, Keen in the jungle.
Really did like what I just saw right there. As let's take a look at the team composition. So for the purists here, Nautilus, Ezreal, Pantheon, Karthus, and Lucian. And again, very standard Karthus team composition. He is the entire core of this comp, surrounded by mass physical damage, highly mobile champions, prio champions, things that can let him just start his engine. He is truly Thanos in the jungle. As on the flip side, Ornn, Olaf, Zoe, MF, and Tarek. Tarek trying to come in as an answer to the Requiem of sorts. Zoe just for Chovy. But then there's some misalignment between the remaining champions inside of Dragon X's comp.
Yeah, and because we do not have fan chants here while the coronavirus is rampant around the world, we have some extra time here in the beginning to just flow straight into game, talk whatever we want to talk about. Could definitely see this game. Ooh, Mystic. They want to make him skill up his E first. There it is. Picks it up. Makes the lane obviously a bit awkward. You don't get to use your Q.
Well.
Oh, they're going to deny the back.
And Piotrik's investing a lot of mana to do this, though, as, okay, yeah, Def, sure. Doesn't end up stopping that one. They're going to come over here with the sweeper and share the XP, so Chovy's going to get level 2 now off the first wave. Also has Dematerializer here. As Spirit, looking like he's going to start on the red buff, or not going to go over and interrupt. So they're going to handshake this. Now, the thing is that Olaf, very much like Kindred, if he gets grabbed once by Karthus, it's over. It's really lights out for him. And the other thing is, he doesn't have the way to cheese Karthus the way that a Xin Zhao does. In terms of just going completely nuts and jumping on him over and over and over. Mobility boots, red smite, etc. And trying to just completely dismantle him inside of the jungle and make him useless. And so, right now, Mystic and Jelly, they're going to come over. They're going to mess with Piotrek.
Yeah. They saw him going down there with the ward. Now, Mystic doesn't have his Q. That's part of the reason why he was being zoned out so hard. And he gains a little bit of XP from the jungle camp, I suppose, but he's not going to be too happy regardless with the way that lane is going.
Spirit now. Gonna start moving into his blue side jungle as one small raptor was left up by Pioshik. Karthus is already a little bit ahead of Pioshik. And Cloud Dragon's first one of the game that's actually really big for Afrika if they can manage to get it. Extremely long cooldown on the Requiem. Karthus doesn't build CDR. And then Fly, obviously the Grand Skyfall on the Pantheon. Two really key ultimates to get CDR on.
Yeah, it would be big. It would only be one if it does come in here. So we've already had Infernal Soul. And was it double Infernal Soul actually today? I think it was. As LS is giving me the nod, and so definitely mixing up from what we've had here.
Okay.
It's mostly been
Pantheon
loud.
is... I honestly have no idea how this is even happening. Fly is getting eviscerated in mid lane right now by Chovy. Kyria ends up whiffing on the stun. As Keen looking for maybe even a solo kill.
Speaking about getting eviscerated, that's it's beginning to happen up in the top lane as well.
And so if Doran knows what he's doing inside of this matchup, you go Bramble Vest first item against the Lucian. And it really hurts him as he tries to curve into Bilgewater and Blade of the Ruin King. Keen maybe trying to just get a natural crash so that he can conserve his teleport. As Spirit doing something that I really don't like on Karthus. He purchased 2 control wards, and that slows you down so much on getting to the Runic Echo. And if your laners are just, again, if they're playing right, they're playing competent, you clear so fast and you're moving constantly, you act as a living ward. And then all that you have to do is use some deductive reasoning based on when your opponent last showed.
Oh, look at this. Pioshik avoiding the Qs for quite a long time. Spirit going to be forced to flash. He's been good about checking his jungle, but this time around, Pioshik kind of got the one-up on him by saying, okay, he's probably going to check here, but if I just dodge the Q, should be okay. He's able to do exactly that. So Karthus' flash is down, going to slow down Karthus a little bit. Pantheon will come into the jungle, help him out a bit.
Doran almost at Bramble Vest, so he is doing that. Remember, I believe it was Sword, right? Didn't go Bramble in matchups where he was supposed to, so nice to see something like this happening here. As soon as he gets that, Lucian starts losing the lane. So right now, I mean, Doran is doing completely fine up there. Obviously, mid lane is getting dismantled. Fly even built a null magic mantle against AD/true damage jungle AP mid. And this Pantheon just not really doing a whole lot.
I'd expect him to do exactly what he did in game 1, which was kind of be support Pantheon when he gets this far behind. I'd really love to see him actually just give some minions over to Karthus, especially the ones he can't really get, but I suppose that's not going to happen here.
Chovy doing a very good job at pressure. Currently up 23 CS. Looks like he is looking for a roam, and Pioshik doing a really good job yet again. He did it on the Elise as well. Didn't over panic trying to make ganks happen anywhere. You can't really risk that against Karthus in the jungle. And then as a byproduct to this mid lane problem, Karthus doesn't have the freedom to just venture across river or anything of that nature, as Deft love tapping Mystic a little bit.
We've seen MF and her dominance in a bunch of lanes, especially when it gets to one-on-one. We saw Def do that in just the last game against the Jinx.
Yeah.
This time against Ezreal. But once the supports come in, it gets a bit better, but you can see that even so, just because of the way the level 1 went and the way that the lane went afterwards, MF has got a nice little lead here as, wow, that's a lot of damage that comes down. Chovy getting too close to the sun there.
And a little surprising that Fly didn't actually keep pushing on. Even though Zoe has heal, you have Requiem on Karthus, but maybe he doesn't have the mana to cast Requiem. XP point Fly is actually ahead of Chovy.
I think that's because of the way that's pushing into him right now. Chovy will be able to catch up. I suppose that Def must have thought that Mystic's, it's kind of a hard thing to say for some reason. His Arcane Shift was down, but it was up, so everything got just avoided there. Kind of.
And
sadly.
Spirit, he's just starting the Rift Herald right now. Doran missing the ultimate. Not even trying to do anything there.
Yeah, looks like he was just trying to clear the wave if possible.
And Keen had the option to freeze top lane, didn't elect to do it. Really surprising. You can see Spirit taking a lot of damage here. Is gonna have the smite available. Good kiting. It's one of Karthus' arch nemesis. Now he's gonna have the gonna have the enhanced recall now. Will he just do the okay, he's gonna do Gromp and Wolves and then recall. So nice pathing by him.
Yeah.
As Merc Tread's first item for the Pantheon here against Zoe in mid lane. It's not going to have the most insane damage.
It's good to see the Karthus is ahead of the mid laner once again when it does come to CS. Happened in game 1, it's happening again here. Nice little dodge, but the Ignite is going to come out from Doran. Again, he did pick up Unsealed Spellbook going up against a ranged champion. And you can do little things like that. Switch over to the Ignite just to put pressure on the top side. Pyoshi going to come up here, help out a bit with that as well. How about a nice little redemption from the mid lane? Always a nice little buff.
And Chovy ends up picking up a GLP 800. As Spirit making his way to top along with Jelly.
Ooh, sticking around. Checking the brush. He's not in that one.
And 3 minutes now until Mountain Dragon ends up coming up as, alright. Not really sure what they're doing here. But it does look like Jelly might just Pantheon.
Has the C available. Looks like they really just wanted to bring in Shelly here and give 120 gold to both Keen and Spirit. A couple carries. Ooh, nice one there, but he's going to take some aggro. The smite comes in. Keen, he doesn't have the mana. Can he actually get the kill? He's going to go down to the Karthus, but Keen will also on the backside. But first blood to Karthus, always going to be a nice little thing for your team.
A bit of some sloppy execution right there by Afrika, though, all things considered. As DragonX now, they're in a really good spot. And because of Jelly's roam and just disappearing for as long as he did, Deft and Kyria getting really far ahead of Mystic down here on the Ezreal.
Really unfortunate side effect. I mean, you can get your Karthus ahead, but your lanes have to sustain somewhat. Mid is getting dunked right now, and bot is heading that way at the same time. Down over 30 CS right now in the bottom lane, and even more in the mid lane. So those are not impressive numbers right now for the CS for those two positions.
We can take a look at the replay here. And it's really important to kill the Ornn before Olaf gets the kill onto Lucian, because otherwise Ornn's Triumph ends up going. Oh, well, actually, no, he has Resolve Secondary, doesn't he?
Most likely.
I am actually blanking on his rune. I apologize for that. But if Ornn does have Triumph, it's really important.
Yeah, he
Otherwise,
casted it as soon as he possibly could.
Mountain Dragon up in 50 seconds. Obviously super big for Dragon X's team composition. Any little bit of resistance against the all-inness of the Pantheon and the Lucian, coupled with the Karthus. Ezreal picked up a pretty late call, but he will eventually be able to complete that. As Doran making his way into Sunfire Cape.
I like how Ezreal's just using that as kind of a catch-up mechanic in a way after being bullied so hard in this lane. Not much fun for him. Another redemption picked up here by Chovy.
And okay, Fly continuing to just fall down here in mid. Keen trying to do his best up there in top lane. You can just see how obnoxiously tanky this Ornn is. Keen really wants to get this last turret plate. Not going to be able to with the way that Doran's playing.
Fly getting in there. They were trying to set up a gank, but Chovy was able to read it at the end. Ornn ultimate coming in, trying to deny this one. And even a redemption. As Culling comes out here, not quite on the mark there. And he will miss out on that last plate. As yet another dragon is going to go the way of Dragon X here. Very fitting in that sense. Oh. We will have a Ocean as it's Spirit against Doran. Tilling Smite, and oh, the barrier. Last second, looking for that Q. Will pick it up at the end. Had Requiem as well, just coming off cooldown.
Yeah.
So
but, yeah, doesn't want to use it.
Yeah.
By any means. And still a 1,000 gold lead for Dragon X, and Ocean Soul is coming up. So that could definitely be one of their absolute certain ways to win this game against the Karthus team composition. But likewise, Afrika, they're not out of this game yet. There's 0 magic resistance on the side of Dragon X, so Karthus will hurt. Now, I don't know what Spirit is thinking is different this game here, as does not look like he's building the Forbidden Book.
Hey, never say never.
Maybe it will be the Leandrix.
Remember that Chovy had this exact items, these exact items, minus the Runic Echoes, of course. And then he ended up building a Morellonomicon. Thought about the Void Staff. Someone reached out to us on Twitter and said while he was dead, he first built the Void Staff, and then reneged, went back on it, and then built the Forbidden Book, which is just even more of an insult. But I don't know. We'll see. Anything is possible here.
Rift Herald going to be picked up here by Dragon X. As Pantheon, I think he's going Edge of Night. First item, and this is twice tonight that Chovy is threatening to Flame Horizon the opponent.
Well, this Requiem is going to be denied entirely, as the bullet time denied as well by the Pantheon. Lots of ultimates are just being totally denied here, as Deft will be also denied a recall in the mid lane here, so the push is coming down here. They don't have the best wave clear without the Zoe. Zoe comes back, helps clear that one out. Nice little maneuver, and you can see what the Taric can do against the Redemption. I'm not sure exactly what the cast times are on both of those two. I think Requiem is 3 seconds.
Channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 seconds. Whereas the Taric Ultimate, probably 3 seconds as well.
I will look that up for you. It's not like I'm a, caster coach, content creator or anything, so.
You're not a human encyclopedia.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not Chris Papa Smithy Smith.
Chris Papa Smithy, aka Human Encyclopedia.
Is that the AKA?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thought it was PS Papa Smithy.
No.
No?
It's HE, aka
After a 2.5 second delay.
Oh, okay. So you can actually, you have half a second to see the Requiem start to cast your Taric ultimate.
Yeah.
And deny it entirely.
Wow.
So if you get it on the whole team, which...
Yeah, it just completely denies the Karthus Requiem. Yeah, that's the way that it lines up.
Big push down mid lane right now. I love the angles that Chovy finds here on red side. Always uses this thick triangle that is to the left side of this mid tier 1 on blue.
I have a feeling that he is building Leandres as the first item. And I really wonder what has changed between game 1 and now.
Don't get too excited.
All right, I won't.
He hasn't built it yet. And I think you have KT to cast tomorrow, so you gotta be careful with that. I'm just waiting for him to go back. We'll see exactly what he does. Do that.
And Fly trying his best to farm up here in top lane. Just getting cloaked a little bit, not the end of the world.
Yeah, still a sad lane. As here we go, Karthus went back. Uh-oh.
No. No, Valdez.
He didn't build it yet. He's waiting on it.
All right. All right, I'll trust you.
Oblivion Orb, and he was out of the base for a long time, and he got an extra kill.
We can hope.
So, you know, would he not have, what is it, 450, 550 to complete that Morellonomicon?
We don't know. It's like the center of a Tootsie Pop. As Dragon X, they are pushing the mid-tier 2 turret now. They're going to make their way over to the Ocean Dragon. You see the teleport coming in from Keen. This is going to be the climactic battle. We're going to have the Grand Skyfall come in. I don't know when. The Requiem timing is also going to be a bit of a game here. Spirit's going to have to time it against Kyria.
Let's see if they actually get in there.
Keen.
He's just straight up in the back. Requiem gonna come out first. It looked like that Taric ultimate was way late as they take the damage. Or an ultimate is gonna knock up a couple, but they're all zoned away for now. And Ocean will go the way of Afrika. Kind of funny the way that one wins. Kyria, he's gotta be quicker on that button if he wants to make this Taric work.
Now Afrika, they're going to turn their attention into mid lane. And holy moly.
He's waiting for that E to go down, and down it will, but Def just gets nuked underneath the turret. You didn't really see that happen as Jelly just disappears. Welcome to Zoe. Chovy, I think he's got a better chance to 1v9 on Zoe this time around.
And Chovy is going to be a pretty core piece. Yet again, level 13 completed for Doran. As we take a look at this, Keen shows himself really early. Requiem came out, and the Taric ult just way too late. Everyone losing HP. And Doran with, I don't even know what to really call that. The one-man sword card. That slipped out.
He was using his sword, you know, to attack the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, everyone thinks that it's a hammer, but
yeah, no.
He does mix it up.
It's very sharp. See again here exactly what happens as Keen kind of just blows him up. Not even really Jelly's engaged that gets the job
was
done.
A very surprising kill as... Well, that's one for the record books. That's
I think there were multiple crits in that one.
That's another photo.
Another photo to add to the to the
wall,
book.
The wall of shame.
Yeah, another Morellonomicon built up here. Did you know that Taric has a heal?
He does. He does have a heal. Thank you for that.
And he has Summoner Heal.
Ah, yes.
As does Toby.
Oh.
And Dorian can switch to Summoner Heal. He has Unsealed Spellbook.
I, too, like to prevent 500 healing rather than deal 2,000 damage. Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, you do?
As does Spirit. So I'm glad we're all on the same page here. Fly in a bit of trouble, has to flash that one. But there were 4 members that were up in the top lane. And so Afrika say, if you want to trade 2 lanes for 1, sure, let's go ahead. We'll be happy to handshake that one. But they're looking for more. They're not backing off here just yet. They're going for the inhibitor. Might just be able to
they're going to get it. Yeah, they're going to get the inhibitor turret. Keen down in bottom. Could we just have this devolve into a base race?
Afrika have to back eventually if Dragon X continued.
Keen not actually going to push on anymore. And so top inhibitor going down is actually probably good for Afrika. We've talked about this many times before on the broadcast. The reason that top inhibitor is so good here is it's the inhibitor that is in closest proximity to the Baron, which is the major neutral objective. And so now Dragon X, every minute that passes, 400 gold is just going to go into the void. And Afrika, they're going to be able to utilize that top lane to funnel gold and XP into whatever champion they want to allocate it to, because Dragon X does not have the ability to just magically dive mid-tier 2 or bot tier 2, nor can they, at this point in time, just randomly start up the Baron without Afrika being able to respond.
Well, there's my boy Ocean Drake. That might be hard for Afrika to get to, but that is the only thing. And there's a thing that a lot of pro players have been doing where you're talking about the super minions pushing in. What they do instead is they just push out the wave anyway. They don't let the super minions kill any minions. As we're just going for Baron here. TP coming in, but Keen is zoned out, has to dash the wall. Once again, it looks like that ultimate is late as MF will pick up the dragon, but funneled here into the middle. Big bullet time though. Nothing able to stop that from doing huge damage, and Spirit was nowhere to be found in this fight, as now he is just going for it. He says, witness me, I would like to be noticed, as yes, he was noticed, but not in a good way. Unfortunate there, as now they might just look to push down the top lane. I don't know if they can end. It's still pretty early on in the game. We got
this is an end.
15 seconds on Pantheon.
I love the Supercaster curse. That is what just happened here. Not only did they just do the Baron, get it, and then the positioning of Afrika, Mystic getting completely deleted, but also the entire build-up to it. We're going to see a replay of it likely at the end of this.
GG. Dragon X.
Dragon X, this is twice now they stole the game.
Yeah.
In such a short time span.
They just decided, okay, we're gonna end the game now. We've had enough. This series has gone on long enough. Okay, let's go.
And Chovy yet again lane kingdoming. And I saw comments in game number 1 that Chovy's game 1 performance wasn't super big. When the enemy Pantheon, who's supposed to be able to just run around and do things with permanent priority, is hugging his turret, constantly falling down CS, constantly falling down XP, etc. Zoe is basically directly influencing Karthus' possible routes as well. And in this game, did it yet again. Karthus gets suffocated due to the lack of control that is around mid, but just super stable yet again. Not a very chaotic game. All the deaths really coming in at the very end there. And even though Deft ended up dying.
Didn't mean to interrupt your point,
yeah.
But Pyoshik, he shook me up a little bit, as he did to Chovy. He's really feeling it right now, passionate about his win. Dragon X, with that win, they go up to 4-0. And because Genji hasn't played a fourth game, they are going to temporarily hold the top spot here in LCK Spring 2020. Afrika, they outdrafted them in game 1, but when it came down to more even drafts, Dragon X ended up having a better chance at some of these games.
Yeah. Even though, you know, a little late on the Tara call in the final thing, but the draft had a really solid idea of how to answer the Karthus, even though there were some misalignments. Those things never ended up coming to fruition. Deft and Kyria getting so far ahead of Mystic down there in the bot lane. Several plates, I think a 40 CS lead or something. A lot of that also does stem from Jelly's roam. And there was definitely some mechanical blunders on the side of Afrika this game, especially in top lane. There was a lot of stuff just going on. A little weird there. Morello on Karthus again. That was really good. that was fantastic. Yeah.
Unfortunately, in this game, I don't think it would have changed much just because of the way that the fights were played out.
No, also, I really want to see the final Baron, because after the top inhibitor falls, that should never be a sequence of events that should be allowed to occur, where Afrika is somehow so slow to respond to it, and then also approaches it in the manner that they did to just, they funneled in like ants, basically.
Yeah. And the E was used prior to the bullet
DRX
time.
knew that. That's why they made the trade for the top inhibitor.
Oh, there you go.
What's your launch latitude, Valdez? What is it? It's up here, not down there. Okay, thank you.
You know, I guess they just were able to see the future. That's what happened. Although, I don't know. In that case, well, okay, with the super minions pushing in and because the lane state where it was, it did actually end up allowing them to win the game.
Why you're in platinum.
But if there weren't super minions there, I think they probably would have just gotten the inhibitor and backed away.
Wow.
So there you have it. Looking into the future and foreseeing Afrika's lack of positioning.
Yeah.
Well done by DragonX.
Trading 1 for 1. And this was one of those sloppier trades. Spirit here, as Duran, he was playing Dance Dance Revolution here. Ended up casting the barrier, and had he just cast the barrier, absorbed the 1Q and ran away, he would have gotten the Requiem out of him at least. So, this is a bit hectic. This is where Afrika managed to actually get the Ocean Dragon, and it bought them a lot of time. Deft here just getting blown away by Keen.
Chovy removes Spirit's health bar, then removes Fly's health bar, and then says, goodbye, Jelly. Let me take a third name in this fight. Just was not able to hand that constant barrage.
올라프죠. 잠깐만 벌하는 거 러시아 볼만해? 여기 괜찮은 거 같은데 이거? 러시아 볼래? 맞아 해야 되겠다. 타리가 유지 좋거든. 가자 쓸게. 자 유지력 좋아. 어때?
The response, you just see Pantheon still moving bottom. Karthus recalling Lucian so slow.
들어갔다. 안다 들어갈게.
His dash was on cooldown and he got zoned away by the trouble bubble. So Lucian got there late. Or an ultimate zones Fly.
And then watch Keen just gets exhausted. Watch Mystic. No damage.
He got stunned by Turret.
Fly did nothing.
Oh
they funneled in like ants.
Yeah. Spirit says, with the speed, I am going along. Into that one, they say, let's go top, let's go top, let's go top, let's go top, over and over and over again. And then please. And that is what ends up ending the game there. A very quick one in contrast to what we had in the first couple of games. 8 kills for one team, 3 for the other, so very low kill game. 25 minutes. Done, and you can see that gold graph. Afrika was sitting pretty. They're like, hey, our Karthus is scaling. Our Lucian one lane hard. Pantheon's not in a good spot, but maybe we can slowly scale up and we'll be okay. And then one Baron fight, one lack of response, and that was it. That was the end of the game. Just like that, and the gold graph went like, boom.
It was such a thin line that it was still just so bizarre how no one knew to respond or even look for it. Chovy gets the MVP. There are so many people angry right now. I'll tell you what.
Zoe's a good champion. It's made by your favorite champion designer, by the way, Certainly T.
Certainly T is my favorite champion designer. I think that he's made some of the best champions in League. Not even trolling.
No,
I think Zoe is such a great champion.
He's lacking sarcasm with what he's saying right now.
And this was it. This is the funneling in like ants. And, you know, the reason that I like champions that he makes is there's so much skill expression in some ways, and there's so much imbalance. And I love imbalance versus imbalance. I think that makes things very exciting.
Rather than balance versus balance. Orianna versus Azir. All right. I think I got my response right there. By the way, 11 out of 12 votes go towards Chovy on that player of the game, so pog to that. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for a translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with the Universal Translation, and we'll be hearing from the solo MVP from DRX, turning the game around. Well, it's a bit sad that it's not a 2-0 victory, but anyways, you got 2-1 victory. Well, I'm a little bit unsatisfied about the 2-2-1, but Doran got to play a lot of games, so that's a profit. So we all want to ask you about, was Doran alive after that game number 2? How was the review going? So I went to the bathroom, but CBMX was like, I thought CBMX used Mordekaiser ult to Doran. You know, he took him to this room. So I was a bit scared, so I went to the bathroom. I guess that feedback worked. So let's talk about game number 2. Your Ziggs was the key point in game number 2. Was that your idea? I asked the bot laners, well, if Keria can just go with Nautilus, we can pick new mid laner and make a new composition. So there weren't many choices left, but I thought Ziggs was having quite a good situation over there. Was that an opinion from the coaching staff, or were they okay with it? Before I asked their permission, I already did so many experiments on this champion, so I actually didn't ask for their permission. I just told them I'm just gonna go with Ziggs. And actually, that was the champion that closed out the game. The game was really hard. However, you guys managed to turn it around with the massive damage coming out of you. The carrier was really aggressive at that point. So, actually, there was no way for me to use my ult, but, well, Keria found the Ziggs with his ult, so I just used it over her. I just like, well, I have to just use my ult, and then suddenly just Jinx died. That was 1100 damage coming out of your ultimate. So a lot of people are now thinking to play Ziggs from now on. But Korean casters doesn't think it's a really nice champion to play in solo queue, so do you recommend it? Well, you have to look at the opponent's comp, and you also need the teammates to hold on till Ziggs has its power spike. That means no, right? Nope. Don't play it. Moving on to game number 3, you are playing Zoe. Was there any special feedbacks for game number 3? Well, they went with Pantheon Karsus comp again. So we wanted to play around. We knew that they wanted to play around top and bot. So we went with very sustained picks for top and bot lane, and we really wanted to get a really strong team fight composition. Yes, I mean DRX really prefers having a lot of team fights. So in game number 3, that one Baron actually closed the game out. Well, I guess the highlight is not ready yet. So how were you able to decide to go for Baron and close out the game? We saw Karsus going back to base, so we all agreed to try the Baron. So I just followed my teammates, and then the game was like over. Game 2 and 3 all just ended out of nowhere, right? Well, I just trusted my teammates, and the Nexus was gone. When Piozik hugged me, he just said, "Oh, thank you so much," because I got carried last time, so I just wanted to carry this time.
발전하고 더 뛰어나지고 있습니다.
Jovi, you are always improving so much. So, any message for your fans? I mean, we are on the first place, but it's only the beginning of the split. So we shouldn't let our guards down, or we're just gonna fall down. So we will do our best and keep up the hard work. So this will be the end of the interview with the solo MVP Jovi, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation there. Cutesy Jovi up there talking to Mina, just one-on-one on the stage alone, nobody else here in the studio, having some nice talking time. As Jovi certainly carried the day here for Dragon X, showed up big time, did not tilt, did the right thing at the right time. So Afrika, you see they take their first loss, whereas Gen.G will have an opportunity to secure first place. Once again, that will be tomorrow. SKT versus Gen.G. You guys do not want to miss that. That's the second matchup. But we're not done here for today. We do have a second matchup, even though this first one was a bit lengthy.
We had a mid lane experience today. It was supposed to be bot lane. That one didn't really live up to the hype. So
really.
You know what? We had Chovy show up today, not Choki. Later we have Summit.
Summit up against the top laner of Hanwha Life. Kive. That's who it is. A lot of roster swaps nowadays. For some reason, I just kept thinking Soan, although I knew that wasn't correct. Either way, guys, that will be the matchup after the break. We'll see you then.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleets on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the reign. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the second match of this fine Saturday evening. Hanwha Life Esports up against Sandbox Gaming. A couple of teams here that have already shown they are more creative than the others and have some really talented players singularly on their lineup. So really excited to get into this one. I think it could definitely go 3 games. How are you feeling about this one? Looks like your sight has gotten a little bit better since earlier on.
Shades.
Yeah, what happened?
I'm not quite sure.
Oh, the shades are gone.
Yeah. Now I'm looking for Summit in this series. See what I did there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's what's going on here. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna find him.
I'm looking forward to drafts here because we have Hanwha Life and
Soraka. Yumi, maybe. Tryndamere. Oh yeah. Oh. That draft, I was just loving watching that one, and then I could feel.
And then the game happened.
I could feel the energy from the Twitch chat when they started getting pummeled.
That draft was very akin to. Do you ever go to like the supermarkets and the Korean desserts? It's like artwork, and then you bite into it, and it's like, oh, you know what I'm talking about? Like the
Korean
bakery.
desserts?
Yeah, the bakeries.
Oh yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
Terrible.
Some of them are okay though. You got to go to some good bakeries.
Points of the match. Oh, that's.
Points of the match.
There we go.
Oh, LS, you've got the power.
Thank you.
Cutting the losing streak versus stacking it up to 3. There's no turning back.
Well, let's see who ends up coming out victorious, obviously, in regards to that one. Or Unorthodox Hanwha Life even picked Tryndamere. So, it's obviously referencing their unusual draft picks and how they tend to conduct themselves inside of a game. Obviously, the Tryndamere pick did not end up working out that well, as Cuvee, you know, we'll see what he can muster up here today, as Kesper Cup runner-up title is fading. Will they add some spice to break through this crisis? And that's an interesting point. I don't think Sandbox has really been looking that bad, even in games where they have lost. There's just there's definitely some stuff going on, and then obviously Cuvée versus Summit, and it says battle of the consistent top laners. I don't know how to feel about that one.
You can think what you want to think about it. As Hama versus Sandbox, you can see here, both of them sitting at 1 and 2. Sandbox a little bit better because they're at a 0 in terms of indicator score as well. See a little bit of an oopsie there. You gotta respect the Soraka, okay?
And this was Goron trying to do some stuff here. And yeah, Cuvée and Haru eventually end up bringing him down there in the end. Deft jumping onto Haru. This is where he was going overly aggressive for no reason, if you recall.
Yeah. They're showing the highlights here of Cuvé's Aatrox. Honestly, looked pretty clean there. Deft getting a bit out of position. Not often that you're going to be able to lock down an Ezreal as an Aatrox, of course. As now we're taking a look at some of Sandbox's highlights.
Yeah. Summit slicing Maelstrom there, able to do quite a lot at the Dragon Pit. Dove making work on that Zoe, as well as Summit eventually coming in there, and Sword didn't have the best of games.
I think Varus is undefeated still, because Mystic did take the win earlier today when he played the Varus in game number 1. Varus currently 3-0. UCal and Root have also picked him up for wins.
Summit Solution here having a really good performance in regards to mechanics, but did end up inting in the later stages of the game, as key player is actually going to be, this is kind of weird because the points of the match said the key player was Cuvée and Summit, and now we're seeing that the key player is the jungle. So I feel
calling him out?
I feel like Riot's trying to let us know what is the superior position.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Is that jungle?
Better jungle wins, of
Better
course.
jungle wins.
So
you remember that better top wins earlier on when who is that went 0 and 5? Doran?
Doran, yeah.
Ended up winning the game. Better top wins, by the way.
Haru
Take a look at those
versus
stats.
Yeah.
Numbers, I love them.
Haru, first in damage percent, kill participation, doing quite a lot. And, you know, I'm looking forward to see if we actually start getting creative jungle picks, because there's a lot that does exist right now.
You're just looking silly, so I just had to give you a little look.
Looking silly,
what
huh?
kind of... yeah, wow, just a little bit.
I think bullying is on the TOS.
Oh,
On
sorry.
Twitch?
Yeah. Well, I was actually just complimenting you, because I like silly people.
Okay.
Yeah, you see? Well, you can see here, guys, the players all ready to enter. There's some smiles on their faces. Joker coming in here once again. And Fate is playing in the mid lane. No Dove here for the side of Sandbox. Vista will remain as the AD carry here. No sign of Zenit just yet. And those will be your lineups.
And here it is. One more time. We can just look at it. Lahen's Vista. Tempt, Haru, and Cuvée up there in the top lane. And on the side of Sandbox, as it is panning over there, not going to be any stranger. Summit appearing first. This is moving actually a little slow.
Yeah, I think we can speed this up by...
You know, I mean, all right. On Fleek, Fate, Root,
and
Joker. Nice, great. I really like that ending that you just did there.
Yeah, thanks. We got there. Joker's playing.
And okay, so Fate gonna be here in the mid lane. Now, I'm curious to see why he would be showing up here today to debut. Hopefully we can get an answer to that once the draft phase ends up unfolding. And in regards to Fate, he's been in the Challenger Series Korea for a while. Also played overseas briefly, but for the more recent stats, I mean, you look at Challenger Series Korea, and usually Challenger Series Korea, if you were one of the top mid laners in it, often meant that you would translate to being like a middle bottom-ish, more so bottom of the pack mid laner, but Fate wasn't one of the best mid laners there.
Yeah.
And it was it was on the higher end of the middle of the pack, almost in the high end, and so
it makes sense he eventually got to LCK. You think Kive's gonna play Shen?
Well,
he's doing a little cosplay of Shen already, so this could happen.
Sandbox, I mean, they're banning away Aphelios, they're banning away Olaf as well.
Oh, maybe it was a Akali he wanted to.
Yeah, Hanwha, because Cube can't play Akali, and so they're actually having to ban away. They're actually having to waste a ban on Akali so consistently on blue side. And it's going to be Jarvan first pick. Now watch Sandbox do a vacuum counter here with like Rek'Sai and MF, or MF Rek'Sai on R1, R2. I would feel a little bit bad if that ended up happening.
Well.
Oh, it's going to be Xayah being hovered. So will we see Xayah Rakan just taking away R1, R2, or will we see Xayah Rek'Sai as a means to potentially either try to steal away a ban in the second phase, or see if Hanwha Life will end up just taking Rakan, so not to give away the combo. You know, I actually like champions like this, by the way, that are, that they work better with each other. You know,
yeah.
The skills get amplified.
Partner champions.
Yeah, partner champions are really cool. And so, rather than just Ezreal and Yumiing it, or Ezreal Karma, they're going to go with the MF Yumi. A little surprising in that regard. Now, Sandbox has option to take jungler here. And so, Rek'Sai, yeah, they're yeah.
Good old Lol'Sai coming in here.
Yeah, Lol'Sai, I like that.
Yeah.
That one's
you see,
definitely
because
my
it rhymes
favorite.
with wreck.
I like, wow. You are
200 IQ.
honestly an encyclopedia.
Yeah, I know. I'm just full of this.
You are a wealth.
Now you know what goes on in my head all day long.
Yeah, I can definitely.
It's a little bit of an insight into my world.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't know. I said he's pointing everything at the sky. You're the real. Oh man, you're the real ET.
Oh boy.
Too bright for this world. Ornn gonna be banned away now by Sandbox, and so they're reserving counterpick most likely for Summit up there in top lane as LeBlanc ends up biting the dust.
I haven't seen too much LeBlanc. Gets banned more than picked, but it is currently 100% win rate, 4-0. So I suppose in certain spots, people just do not want to see that champion.
Now let's see what is going to be the final bans here. Rumble is taken away. So neutralizing top laners are being slowly stripped away from Hanwha Life. And this is, it's making me a little worried because Soraka Yumi is a real possibility for Hanwha Life. And so Sandbox, they have to acknowledge this. Now, are they going to Orianna on R4? So you have basically two options. You have Orianna, you have Syndra. I mean, I suppose to a lesser extent you have Zoe and Azir and things of that nature. But realistically, Orianna and Syndra are the good R4 champions. Victor, I actually think, is the worst of all the stat checks that can go in blind here, especially against Hanwha Life with the champions that they have. So
Yeah,
a little surprising there. You get so much power with the Syndra in mid lane, the priority, combined with the Rek'Sai. Everything just sort of molds together so well. Aatrox now gonna be picked up, and I'm very doubtful that that's mid lane. And so that must mean that we are not going to actually see Soraka. Now, is Hanwha Life just gonna pick Orianna?
Okay. Mordekaiser was left available. It is a strong champion currently.
And now Sandbox, they have to just choose an answer to either Mord or Aatrox. Fiora, even though Aatrox can win it, she's able to beat both. Aurelia, another fantastic pick actually against both of them as well. And so this is going to be Summit's Aurelia.
Yeah. We might see the opposite side of the matchup where the Aurelia actually wins. Unlike earlier tonight.
Yeah. We're not going to, you know what we're going to see? We're going to see the 5-0-5 Aurelia, not the 0-5-0.
Oh, okay. So we're just kind of doing the opposite.
We're just going to do a little bit of the opposite, as this should be a treat. Summit having a very nice counter matchup against Cube in top lane. Probably, I mean, I think most people would expect him to completely demolish the top lane, as talked to a lot of Korean players actually in like the last week asking me about casting and what do I think about meta and other stuff like this and yada yada yada. Most people share the opinion that Summit is just a monster in top lane and that he feels extremely oppressive and overwhelming in matchups. So he's really just taken that mantle. It was him and Keen always up in the air for who's first, who's second. And I'm slowly just thinking that it's Summit. Yeah.
Currently, it seems to be Summit. Although, day by day, that evaluation can change. So we're keeping our eye on you, Summit.
Yeah, it's either Summit or some in, depending on what kind of mood he's in. So we are about to jump into game number 1, Sandbox versus Hanwha Life.
Yeah. You mentioned some int. We also have Joker on this team. One of my favorite parody names is actually Joke R. Especially when he plays a champion that is like really ultimate dependent, and then they just totally whiff the R. It's like perfect. Hopefully we do not see some ints or Joke R today, or any of the variants of the many names that the brilliant minds working over at Twitch chat do come up with. Just true galaxy brains over there. Never-ending knowledge. Anyway, we do have a game here. Let's take a look at some runes. I guess it's not pronounced ruins with this kind of rune.
Haloblade's Aatrox, or Haloblade's Rek'Sai, I'm sorry, is actually taken with Relentless Hunter for the rune there. Not going to be having Ravenous or anything like that. Stopwatch on Victor, obviously because of the dive potential. Also, we'll be able to use that to get into Zanya's later on. Dematerializer does strike me a bit bizarre. Teleport available for Fate as well. Teleport also on Temp, so having a bit of an honest opening here by everyone. Summit still just sitting in the brush. As, yeah, we get some music here. And that's the best Victor skin, IMO.
Really?
I think so. The Bumblebee Victor.
He kind of looks like a lizard.
He looks like a... I don't know why. I think of like a sarcophagus.
What?
A sarcophagus.
You mean like the things that
like
the mummies were put in?
Yeah, like the Egyptian pharaohs. And,
okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Just wait till we pan back to it. You'll notice it.
I'm picturing it in my mind. I think I can see it.
Like you said, I think.
I'm not sure. It's very cloudy up there, you know. It's a cloudy day today. You know, it might rain tonight.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have hockey tomorrow. It better not rain.
Well, the team compositions here for Sandbox: Aurelia, Rek'Sai, Victor, Xayah, and Rakan. Obviously, massive mid-game potential, and then also a lot of late-game insurance inside of the Xayah and the Aurelia. And then depending on how Victor builds, he'll be effective as well. And I mean, Victor, he is going to be good against the Mordekaiser Jarvan and the Aatrox in the very later stages of the game, once he has lots of items, has the mobility, all the Hex Core upgrades and whatnot. And can look forward to seeing that unfold as...
You know, it does kind of look like a sarcophagus. Now that you mention it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I was really nervous that you just weren't seeing that. Summit's going to try to go in here after he stacks everything up.
He's on a ward.
Yeah, on Fleek is on a ward. And Cubey... I don't... Okay, well... Cubey's lane is already lost, which is actually impressive. The lane is pushing away from him. He's also down CS. And I have to wonder... I really wish there was ProView available for LCK. I know that we get the ProView. I know that it's there. I just don't know if...
I think it's through one of the phone providers here. I thought it was SKT.
Well...
But I'm not 100% sure.
It'd be a really good thing to be able to see as on Fleek. Gonna find Haru. And Cubey trying to take a trade here.
Yeah, a bit of a skirmish. Little one coming in here. And Rek'Sai actually hanging around for a little bit, just trying to see what he can see. Bottom lane with the Yuumi has been a bit oppressive. Vista doing a good job of being aggressive. Something I've seen you talk about a lot in the bot lane is positioning.
Yeah.
Where you want to stand based on what your lane is meant to do against the enemy lane. And I feel like both Vista and Lehends are doing a really good job so far of abusing their power that they have right now.
Cubey should probably just try to look to recall here. I don't know why he would continue to stay inside the lane. And Summit did end up missing one. And he's not going to go for that one, respecting the Aatrox.
It's a long sword.
Yeah, it is. Not literally a long sword, but...
Yeah, no, just an LS, not an LLS.
So Aurelia
okay?
is gonna end up just getting all the CS in front of the turret. So 6 CS advantage at the end of it. Lovers Duo fails the recall.
Oh, Joker.
They don't even get the heal out of him though, unfortunately.
Yeah. Calm, cool, collected. Lane looks pretty good. He's not gonna push it back. Just gonna chill out. He's at full health, half mana, no reason to go back just yet. He's feeling comfortable. Although Xayah did go back and pick up a BF sword, so she's going to have a nice little lead until the MF does go back home.
And Summit dancing around the waves right now. Trying to just get his stacks up. Has level 6. Ninja Tabi, though, on the Aatrox as the first item. Phage picked up for Aurelia. And Onfleek gonna come in here, leave a zombie ward, take out that control ward that Cuvée ended up placing. Jarvan's going into full tank. Haru gonna move into his left-hand side jungle. We get a bit of a lull state here, Valdez.
Yeah, just a little one here. We're only 7 minutes in. As take a look at the XP so far. Cuvée down on XP up in the top side, although the lanes are even. Something to look forward, or for, rather, in the future here, although Summit wasn't really able to make any level 6 play happen. But the extra level can always help out in terms of advantages in the lane. That seems to be the biggest, well, I say that, and then I look at the bottom lane. It's actually going really well. And, you know, I think part of that was because of the little freeze we had before. Just a little one, you know? And already, 20 CS ahead is the MF.
Yeah. And so the bot lane right now for Vista and Lehen's just doing really good work. Rek'Sai not managing to really achieve anything so far in this game. Temp is going even against Fate, which is a little bit unfortunate. If you are the victor in the earlier stages, you would like to probably get a very small advantage, at the very least.
Yeah, just a little one, but it's going even for now. They're going to move over here to the Mountain Drake first. Will be taken out without much of a fight. The bottom lane having priority certainly helps out with that. Just gonna move over, take it relatively early here at 8 seconds. And they were zooming on over. Level 6 right now is Vista to level 5s of Root and Joker. They gotta be careful. Notice this positioning. Every single CS is a fight right now for Root. Nothing is just given for no reason. Really playing that lane very well.
And Summit looking for the trade.
Oh, you see that prediction. Able to land that one and the solo kill.
That's not Doran.
That is not Doran, it's Summit. He comes in and shuts him down just like that. Made it look so easy as well. And that's what they say, the most talented people make their craft look unbelievably easy, when in fact it is incredibly hard. Summit was able to do just that as he takes first blood in this game.
And top lane is just going to get more and more chaotic as this game continues to unfold. So Summit now, he's going to have the wave eventually start coming into him. I do believe there's a mini freeze right now, but I think it's going to unlock as it was only spellcaster minions there. So top lane state is in a nightmare position. And yes, Jarvan has camps coming up on the left-hand side, and I mean, they're up right now, but he's on the right-hand side because I think that they want to just try to create a fire somewhere else rather than try to put the one out in top lane. Let's take a look at Summit. Watch the mouse control as well.
잡았다. 이거 웬만하면 잡았다.
Said I got him, I got him.
잡았다.
No other description required, really, from Summit.
Now, I'm not sure why Summit's spamming. You know, you only have to click once. Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to click 80 times to go in one direction.
Honestly.
God. Where do you learn that? From StarCraft?
Oh, man.
Don't you know that skills from other games can't translate to the other ones? God.
Well.
Thought you were a coach.
By the way, yeah.
Yeah, by the way. Got a little fight over here over the Rift Heralds. Nice little stun onto the Mordekaiser, but it is a Mordekaiser double knockup from Haru. This guy's been playing well recently. Goes into the stopwatch maybe a bit early there, though. As the engage should be good still from Hanwha, but everybody gets away. Summit a bit late to the fight. He does not have his ultimate until just now. So it looks like he didn't really want to open that one up. But either way, he's thinking about it now. Forces that flash right out of Vista, who is not having any of that. He's going in, man. He's feeling it.
Well,
not sure about this time, though.
I'll just try. Oh, I gotta make sure that's not some in. That's that
maybe
down.
Maybe he got subbed out mid-game there.
He got subbed out after the solo kill.
He's like, okay, Summit, you did your job. Now it's time for some mans.
Oh man.
Ooh. Wow, almost got him. The grip. And at the end of the day, Sandbox does get away. They used a lot to get away. It wasn't super easy, but the side of Hanwha Life did as well. So a nice trade in the end that Hanwha gets a very slight advantage in Sandbox. Still feeling pretty good.
And so right now Summit is about 3 minutes away from being able to complete his Trinity Force. As Aatrox just sitting there on the Kindle Gem. See if Cube is going to go straight into Black Cleaver. As we take another look at the replay. Lots of members being pulled over to do this Rift Herald. And it is, I mean, we've talked about this so many times, it is not this important of an objective. All things considered, Haru landing a fantastic ultimate. Or, well, fantastic ultimate as well as the EQ knockup.
Yeah.
On Jarvan. Summit did manage to stun.
He stopwatched the feathers. Like, he would have been rooted, but it wasn't going to kill him. So I'm not sure about the stopwatch from Haru, but everything else, obviously, ultra clean and well played. Perhaps he could have died to an Aurelia if he took a lot of damage. It was a lot of feathers. Either way, nobody else dies in this one. Just one kill so far. Slight gold lead here for Sandbox, about 1,900, something like that. Bottom lane has been going very well ever since Vista picked up that little freeze and made the 20 CS difference happen. Another fight up in the top side. Summit thinking he was in range. He's up a level, but it's not really going to happen. Just more of a big trade at the end of it all.
And right now he's waiting inside of the brush to see if Cuvée makes a mistake by stepping up too far, even though Cuvée does still have the World Ender. Summit gonna back up into yet another brush, and I think he's waiting to see what Aatrox would end up doing. You can see Cuvée cancels the recall. So now Cuvée trying to hard shove in that wave, and we just got ping pong everywhere.
All right, gonna lock down Joker, but a big charm and huge teleport is coming in. Bullet Time doing a ton of damage, though, in the Cataclysm. The two of them will go down, but a lot more resources in the end will be used here by Sandbox. Double teleport to get the one extra kill. Not sure if that's worth it in the end, as Cuvée is getting to work on that top lane turret.
Well,
not doing too much.
Summit did pick up a lot of value right there.
That is true.
He has the Trinity Force Ninja Tabi, also gets another longsword. So I'm curious to see if we're going to have the rumored Black Cleaver Trinity Force come out onto Aurelia, or if she will just go immediately into Tiamat. Remains yet to be seen. As take a look at this, and Lehens just gets caught outside of his host. As Summit coming in from behind, that's a really good teleport ward right there in the alcove.
And it ends up working out for them. You mentioned the kills that go the way of Aurelia, but they pick up the dragon and they get that stacking. Cuvée really wasn't able to get any damage in top, neither was Tempt in mid, so there wasn't really too much traded back from the side of Hanwha Life. Now, Hanwha can make use of this Rift Herald while the teleports are down and try to get some value here. But let's see exactly what they can do as Zonfleek making his way over to support, makes this a 3-on-3. Looks like this turret should still go down, with Tempt especially hovering on over down towards the bottom side. So they take that one down. Nice little win. The Victor also getting the other kill, so no kills were wasted on like a Rakan or anything like that.
Yeah.
A lot of carries that need to scale are picking up the kills, which is really good news for Sandbox.
And Hanwha Life, they're in a bit of a rough spot. They do have the Mountain Dragon, which is giving them some amplification on their items, but not really a whole bunch. They're also down in base levels in several positions, actually. Mid lane 1 level, top lane 1 level, and I believe on Fleek is going to ding 10 before Haru.
He just did?
Yeah, he just did.
I'd like to see the XP graph if possible. Let's see if I can get that. Let's see if I can summon it.
Okay. As Cuvée with a Phage, okay, he ends up picking up the Black Cleaver, and it is going to be the Tiamat on Summit. So he'll proceed as usual. 2.5 minutes until Ocean Dragon comes up, and Honestly, if you're Sandbox and you already have a gold advantage right now, you're completely fine to just keep coasting. Glide forward at an even gold amount or slightly more than your opponent if you end up winning Scuttle Crabs or something of that nature. And then win the true mid-game team fights that start taking place around 22 minutes or so.
Just moving forward here is Vista. Likes taking big trades with Yumi on his back, because the MF quite fast, as well as just having a Yumi to make you zoom is pretty fun at the same time. Getting to work here on Shirley is Sandbox now. Majority of their players up here towards the top side. Even Summit was nearby. Temps did have his TP, but it seems like they're not putting any priority on fighting over this objective. So 100 gold, and Shirley will go the way of Sandbox. We'll see maybe if they can use it in tandem with the Ocean Drake timer. Just a minute and a half, you can try to push it down top or mid and say, hey, are you going to respond to this? Or are you going to come fight us at Ocean Drake?
Oh.
They.
Yeah, a bit of damage.
Yeah, he doesn't have any MR right now. Sork boots completed by Fate, plus his completed item, I believe.
So I wonder what this is going to end up meaning. As 50 seconds now until the Ocean Dragon. That was another crash wave that Cuvée just didn't get. So he is level 12 right now. Also, he has Grasp of the Undying on Atrox. I guess we did not point that out earlier. That is a bit surprising.
Yeah.
And I do think that Fate is about to... I think he's going to build the fabled Morel and Omicron, which is really impressive when you consider that the enemy already had magic resistances and also picked up a mountain early on, and everyone is pretty far away from having reliable healing.
You remember when I said maybe we'll eventually be replaced by AI with a soundboard?
Yeah.
I think we already have that clip enough, so you don't have to really...
Oh, okay, I don't need to...
Yeah, we have that one recorded.
Okay, I don't need
we
to
have many
add that.
different versions of that one.
Okay. I was just, I was just trying to make sure,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. The more recordings, the better.
And also on Victor, who eventually his ability starts slowing you, there's no reason.
Here we go.
Okay.
Trying to go for the engage. Yumi bullet time. Where's the Cataclysm? They don't even need it. Summit just disappears. Evaporates in that one. Huge damage from the Chaos Storm, though, as Fate does it there, but Root is going to go down. Flashed upon. Tom of Life are taking names. Vista is so unbelievably strong right now. Takes them all down. And just like that, a
Baron.
4-for-1. Yeah. It's only Joker. He can't do anything.
Yeah, Joker cannot do anything. Now, Summit is up in 14 seconds. The problem is this damn cat is going to heal everyone up. And so, even if he does teleport in...
If only they had a Morellonomicon. JK.
Okay, here we go.
Comes. Okay. Oh, nice timing there, but the knockup's coming in. Summit trying to go 1v4. Can he do it? No, he got slammed down by Tempt, but he does turn them away from the Baron, which is always something to consider at the end of the day. But that's a couple of deaths now in a row for Summit, not able to pull off the hero move. And by the way, Ocean Drake still on the map.
Ocean Drake's still on the map, and it's likely that Humble Life are going to turn their attention to it. Take a look at this. Summit is way too far forward. The approach to this Ocean Drake by Sandbox really awful, and even though this is a dream area for Victor, he was already on top of by the enemy team, or the enemy team was already on top of him, so not able to utilize the Chaos Storm or the Gravity Field to the full effect that he would ideally want to do in that area.
나이스. 바론 갈래? 나이스.
You want to go Baron?
고맙다. 피실이. 형.
Thank you.
사랑한다. 형 맥 빠져.
I love you.
얘 텔 있어.
And here we are inside the Death Realm.
Ooh, spooky.
It really is.
That was a
I
weird
mean,
noise
it
I made.
honestly doesn't even... Well, actually, it kind of looks like there's some air pollution here. That's what's going on.
It's a bit weird.
You know?
1-on-1 turns into 2-on-1. This isn't fair. No bullying. Oh, nice flash out of QB though, and we got Yumi.
Yeah, he's gonna make it out.
Yeah, nicely done. And they're thinking about turning it around now with MF coming up the river. Stun will land, perfectly done. Oh, denies it. Summit is gonna get engaged upon, trying to go in the back line, but QV will survive once again. Oh, forcing Featherstorm even. Oh, he put him in the death realm. Oh, the Zion.
Oh, the timing on that EQ.
Time. Oh, jeez.
Oh, I just actually hurt my throat.
That was amazing. Well done.
Valdez, I don't know how you play-by-plays do it. That felt... Oh,
yeah,
okay, well...
A little bit of VC, voice control.
Yeah.
You know, Hama Life really playing well. Their team fighting has been really crisp.
They're winning at the team fights over Sandbox in a world where it shouldn't have really been possible, given how accelerated the Aurelia was and how free everything else was leading up to that Ocean Drake. We take a look at what ends up happening here. Summit getting all of his stacks. They end up knocking up Cuvee, but Summit doesn't have his ultimate available. Cuvee ends up making it out, and then Summit goes for the wave. Even though they had vision on what was happening. As Summit, he gets clipped right out of midair.
But then the follow-up is just insane. Yeah, we're going to see the pro view.
Oh, we're in the death realm again. This is really weird air pollution. Or, oh, this is resolution and stuff?
Yeah, I think it is, actually.
Oh, he was telling them it's going to end now, it's going to end now?
Yeah.
They were trying to communicate when the death realm would end up dissipating.
Man, Haru he's really clean.
Yeah.
Right now. I have to say, this is like almost a flawless game out of him. I don't know how the early game or the farming really wins, but the way he's playing in team fights and the timing on Jarvan, he's really feeling it today.
Yeah.
Enjoying his Jarvan play a lot right now.
And this is one of the problems, by the way. We've entered the state of the game where Sandbox is behind. And when they're behind, we've seen it time and time again. They refuse to accept that they're behind. They conduct themselves as if they are even or ahead of their opponents. And oftentimes it leads to very messy and bloody team fights that often result in them falling further behind. This Mordekaiser skin's quite nice.
He's got horns, I think.
He does have horns.
I don't think he's supposed to have horns.
Why not?
I don't know.
What if he wanted them?
It is like normal skin. He doesn't have horns, right?
So, that's why it's called a skin, Valdez, honestly. What do you think? People want to...
What if humans could... I don't even know if I want to go into that.
What?
if we had like different skins.
Oh, like
you know
we could
I
have
mean?
like... You mean like clothes?
No.
You mean like hairstyles?
No.
Hair
that's
dye?
not what I mean.
Tattoos? Where are we going with this?
I'm saying like, let's say it were
you know what? You lost it at close and you know it, and
No,
you're
I
trying
didn't, no.
you're trying to dig
This
your
is
way
not
out.
over.
Valdez,
It's not over.
just give up.
I will not accept defeat.
Man.
I feel like there was a... Yeah, like, I don't want to put out... Well, it's been long enough for Game of Thrones. Like Arya Stark.
I never watched Game of Thrones.
What? No.
I'm sorry. This is coming from the guy.
way.
This is coming from the guy that doesn't watch Marvel movies
Yeah.
in the 21st century.
Why would you watch those?
Saved. What?
And you didn't watch Game of Thrones. That's the only thing I'm going to remember now. It's like everything else just like falls to the wayside.
Yeah,
Although,
hold
just
on.
skip season 8 though. Like, just don't even worry about that. Just pretend it's not in the show. Anyway, Death Realm up in the top side as... Let's see if he can 1v1 him here in the Death Realm. It's not looking good. Knockups come in and down he goes. Hanwha Light though on the rest of the map. Trying to get advantages here. They get the Ocean Drake. They're looking for bot tier 2.
Yeah, they're going to end up raising bot tier 2 at the very least. And also, that was a 900 gold shutdown on the Mordekaiser. Victor, against all of the magic resistance, the Mountain Drake, etc., and the HP stack on the enemy team, not really quite sure, but he's going Lichbane instead of Leandri's when all of his abilities slow and deal percentage max HP when he has that item, plus the Madness. As I mean, we're seeing a glimpse at the Death Realm. Aurelia is just a really nice champion, able to bring down Mordekaiser there. And Mordekaiser also doesn't have Leandri's yet. And 3.5 minutes now until the next Ocean Dragon, but there's not an Ocean Soul that's coming up anytime soon.
Wait, I thought, didn't Hanwha pick up the Ocean? Where'd it go? It was just there. I swear they did it. They had it a minute and a half ago. They did it and they went bot lane. Unless I'm going crazy, the graphic is bugged.
Is the graphic bugged? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Either way, Summit is not having fun. Whoa, Joker going wide there. Can they actually turn this one around? Tempt trying to bring Summit into his Death Realm as down will go the MF. Trying to turn this one around. Now look at Root in the back line. Nice timing on that Featherstorm. Trying to kite them all, but the knockup is going to be good enough to get him out of the fight. Meanwhile, Fate mostly zoned in this one. Had to just be on the backside. On Blink, gonna get poked by that long sword once again. As Hanwha Life, another good fight. 1 for 4. MF the only one that goes down.
And the gold lead continues to extend here for Hanwha Life. And this is before major item completions are coming in. Leandri is not yet even on Tempt. Locket of the Iron Solari, not on Jarvan yet. These are huge when you consider how Sandbox's team fights. As Summit evading a lot of what was actually thrown at him by Hanwha Life, but it just didn't matter. And even though Vista went down very early on into the fight, mostly in part due to Summit and on Fleek, it just really doesn't matter. Victor also does nothing. Every single time you see Victor, he almost is always consistently doing nothing. And so,
wow, what a lazy guy.
Yeah, I'm not really quite sure. I mean, honestly, if Victor, you know, he always talks about the glorious revolution,
yeah,
and whatnot. I don't think I'd ever buy hardware from his store. It doesn't seem to really work.
Yeah,
you know.
Agreed. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You have no idea of the lore.
Yeah.
It's fine. No big deal.
Let's see if he buys that Leandri's next. He has a lot of space right now to consider that item.
I have no idea why he
saved
built
all that space because he built Morellonomicon.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
What a great.
Okay, they're trying to burst down Haru here, but he has Stone Plate. Doesn't look like they have enough damage quite yet. And so he will get away. Hatsumi's with the Yuumi on his back.
Steric's almost completed for Cube. Also level advantages now on the side of Hanwha Life. 2 in support, 2 in AD carry, and 1 in top lane. As it looks like Hanwha Life, they are keen to start up the Baron. And remember, this is not a 50-50, as Mordekaiser has Death Realm for on Fleek. Imagine if Baron was so thick that it was in the Death Realm too.
So thick, okay. They're gonna turn it down here. Oh, he pulled him out of the bullet time. That was really unfortunate. It looks like they'll get Summit anyway. But I think they could have had Joker on top of it. Oh, nice flash out of Haru. We're going to be forced up into that Featherstorm. And with so many feathers out, they are going to be tentatively not going into that jungle. So at the end of the day, they do just get Summit once again. Ocean Drake is alive. They'll look to stack that up, as we all know Ocean Soul. It's kind of good, fellas.
Yeah. It definitely is. They're going to get that one. That'll bring them Really close. One more dragon will absolutely seal the fate.
Watch this.
For Sandboxes. Yeah.
Pulled them both out of the Cataclysm. Oh, Tempt.
Ripped him right through a wall.
Yeah.
Penn and Teller, they don't know how he did that.
Imagine how much PTSD Joker Rakan has after being ripped through that wall and surviving.
Well, Bloodthirster almost complete on MF. Locket completed on the Jarvan. It is so easy for them to just face roll through Sandbox now because of the nature of their team composition. And even though the Aurelia is really strong, she's just so far behind right now the enemy team comp, and also even Root.
Tempt is level 18 right now. First to hit 18, he's just chilling there. He's waiting for his moments as they're going to look to engage, actually. Haru, no flash here. Rakan engages alone. Tempt is over here one-on-one with Fate, and Rakan will die by himself. Not sure about that one, but Tempt kind of all alone now that the 10th realm is over. Cataclysm a bit alone as well, but bullet time is going to be good. No Featherstorm was available. Just coming off cooldown now, but watch Summit. He's alive finally in a team fight to do something. Can he actually make it happen? The knockup from Monfleek is good enough, and Summit has his GA. Will they be able to take down this monster that is Cuvée with a cat on a book? 3v2. Not sure they can do it. Looks like they will. They take out the Aatrox. Down will go Yuumi. And the double kill will go the way of the victor at the end of it all as they turn their sights on the Baron.
And that's a massive victory for Sandbox. They fought themselves out of a hole. They're going to reward themselves now with Baron as well. Take a look at how this all transpires. Joker goes in onto Vista and acts as a great distraction. Summit with a nice multi-man stun, and this left Tempt, who is so important to the team comp on an island, only to be brought down. And Root went down, but it came at a cost. It meant that Cuvée was the only one left to protect Misfortune from the Aurelia. And when Misfortune ended up going down, and also without the Mordekaiser, the Aurelia will reign supreme. And so Cuvée and his cat try as they might. Also a little bit overeager there on the leap forward. And so coming back into live, Sandbox now with the gold advantage. Absolutely massive advantage, by the way. Looks like we got about 70 gold lead here for Sandbox. So if you're talking about stonks, then
I love stonks.
Yeah, dude.
They're going up. Just look at my chart. It's right here. Might get a chart of that actually soon.
True.
So Fate went back. He purchased a Void Staff, so lots of penetration. No Leandries yet, though.
And it's so bewildering. It is really so bewildering.
What does Leandries do again?
Leandries, it's really cool. When damaging an enemy, you gain up to 10% increased damage once you fully stack out Madness.
Okay.
So if your laser is shooting for 400, it's suddenly 440. That's the way that works. Yeah, that's really strange.
Whoa.
Then it gives you HP, gives you actually quite a bit of HP, and also gives you 75 AP, and then it burns the opponent for 4.5% of their max health.
Whoa.
And if they're slowed, which Victor's abilities do, increases that burn to 7.5%. So Victor inside of a team fight can apply this to multiple people consistently over and over. But
there's also a lot of guys that have high health on the side of Hanwha Light.
Well,
Cuvée, Haru, Tempt, all building relatively tanky.
Valdez, Fate's allergic.
It does seem that way. As here we go, looking for that engage again, but the counter coming in from Joker. Tempt in the front here. Watch somebody misses his ult and no more GA. He gets burst down. The bullet time though, not too effective. Monfleek though, all alone, is going to be knocked down out of his GA. And the rest of them can't follow. Look at the three guys that are just zoned on the left side, sheepishly backing after taking down the inhibitor. Not able to do too much there, and now we'll take a look. Ocean Drake, 15 seconds, but Summit and On Fleet dead for more than that.
And it's another example of Sandbox being completely out of position at the wrong time in the game, overvaluing the top lane inhibitor and just the push in general. They're going to lose a Guardian Angel. They're going to lose the Ocean Soul. As we see in the live camera, bottom left. That's really probably all she wrote. It takes effort to die with this dragon.
It does. It really does.
This is like, you know Groundhog Day?
Yeah.
Or not Groundhog, the Happy Death Day. It's like Groundhog Day. You ever watch that?
I was so excited because you said a movie that I had actually seen.
I was testing you.
Not Happy Death Day.
Okay, Happy Death Day is like Groundhog Day, except the girl dies every single day, and she has to figure out how to stop it.
Ah.
So, Hot Wall Life's kind of like that. You can try to die, but you really can't.
Ah.
You know what I mean?
I see. Because you're just going to be reborn the next day. To die again.
See, now you're taking it too literal.
Uh-oh.
This is really strange. Valdez, you killed me. Okay.
Okay.
Honestly, you might need to take on the mantle of Weird Champ.
No. There's only one Weird Champ. There can't be more than one. That's absolutely... That is a crown to be worn by only one person.
All right. In this game, I mean, the gold lead, absolutely gigantic. This is honestly a Mount Everest level gold lead here. It seems to be about 50 for Hanwha Life Esports.
Well, let's see after the wave. Maybe we can do a little bit of calculation here.
Yeah, now that's 59 more than 1. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It means absolutely nothing here at 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And the next team fight that ends up unfolding, there is... Now, interestingly enough, the book which we always denied will come in handy against the Ocean Soul.
Well, I'm just glad he got it 20 minutes ahead of that. He was preparing for the eventual Ocean Soul.
And this is why your launch latitude places you here on the desk with me and not down there on the stage with them. If only you two could be omnipotent.
Uh-oh.
What?
Okay, they got it. No, I was like, and then he autoed it, so I said, oh. Well, nothing really, no fights breaking out here.
Well,
lots of turrets down on both sides. And you'll notice they did this again up in the top side where they pushed out the wave pretty far. And basically they denied the super minion from killing their own minions for quite a while. It will continue now that they've stopped pushing it out. So you'll get that advantage you were talking about earlier on. Death Cap is going to be the final item here for Victor. So he is now full build at 40 minutes.
And, I mean, everyone in this game is just so big and tanky right now, as Haru does end up losing a bit of life, but Yuumi gonna heal that right back up, no big deal. Before quickly going back over to Vista. And this is only game 1 here, Valdez.
Yeah, we have a real night, a League of Legends tonight. Both these teams, this is why I was kind of looking forward to this matchup. They seem pretty evenly matched. Not only in the standings, both at 1 and 2, just in the way that they play. Trying to catch up now is the zoomied Cuvée. Oh, it's going wide. Bullet time will be denied. Vista trying to kite back and will be able to.
Do not die.
Look at the flank up on the top side. The two of them able to get on in there. Victor will go down in this very messy fight. He has no protection.
Look at the heals.
1 by 1. The dominoes fall. The teleports come in. They say, we're not even going mid lane, Joker. So joke's on you. Looks like Hanwha Life pushing in and should be able to end it. Oh, boy. Look at the Rakan trying to do damage. GG. Hanwha Life taking game number 1. Lens doesn't even have a smile on his face. It's just like par for the course for this guy.
Oh, man.
Oh boy.
Yumi. Oh, dude. I have no idea what to say about that.
That was just the icing on the cake of one great game of League of Legends. LS, deep in thoughts.
Thinking to give MVP to Haru or to give it to Tempt on Mordekaiser.
Well, I already voted for someone, so you can make your decision. You know what? Why don't you just write Chovy up there at the top?
Can I?
No, you can't. There you go. All right. We got our votes in. As we'll take another look at this last team fight. It was very broken up and a bit messy.
And you can just see the healing is just way too much in this. Okay, well, Fate. It was like an EMP shockwave to that Victor suit.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Tony Stark, what happened?
As fate would have it, he's not a fan of MF.
No, he's not.
No.
Not a very big fan. And Sandbox, they really threw away this game. And it all started at the Ocean Dragon.
Look at that Grand Canyon there.
Yeah.
From 35-ish minutes to 39 minutes. All right, I guess it's a little bit more than that. 34 to 40, we'll say. It's about 6 minutes where they were pulling back the game.
And now, the other thing is Hanwha Life is going to be on red side. And that's where, when you draft like this, you're really going to be able to potentially shine against your opponent. And now Summit's going to be I'm probably going to have Summit on Aatrox, I guess. Which means we maybe get Soraka.
Yeah, could happen. You know, Hanwha Life on red side is always a treat to watch because they always bring out the weird and crazy wonky picks, as we did see the last time. We will see what happens in Game 2 after this break. We'll see you then.
이래 보자 기다려 이래 위치 천천히 봐. 아니 우리가 이럴 돌아야 돼서 이쪽 안 돼. 나 이거 좀 내려가. 맞아. 털어. 맞아. 천천히 봐. 자 보자. 천천히 보자. 아프다. 나와줘. 밑에 로플. 가자. 자야 품 없을 거야. 빼면서. 가자 렉스 잡고. 잡아봐. 잡았고. 렉스도 잡았어. 렉스 끝내. 이거 라인. 야, 바텀 펴갈게. 가자. 끝났어. 이거 내가 챙겨줄게 이거. 바텀 갈게. 바텀으로? 오케이, 바텀 갈게. 나이스, 우리 팀. 미안하다.
잘했다 비시리즈.
나이스.
전 뚱땡인데요?
나도.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, 하나생명과 샌드박스의 경기
Hana Life Esports versus Sandbox game number 1 has finished. Sandbox didn't have their game. So let's talk about their draft first. So we had another Aatrox versus Irelia matchup. So we could find out in the previous game that why Aatrox is so strong, but this time Summit proved that Irelia is also really strong. However, let's take a look at other lanes. They took very early Zaya Rakan comp. However, well, Zaya and Rakan, they were not really that impactful throughout the game. However, on the other hand, Yuumi from Lihan's was so powerful, starting from the laning phase until the end. It was not expected results for Sandbox because they also had a very good laning phase, especially the top side. However, well, Hana Life Esports was really aware of how Rek'Sai go around the jungle. So watch where Yuumi landed his control ward. Well, Vista was checking where Sandbox players were placing the ward, and then Lihan had very spooky ward over there. Really hard to catch from outside of the brush. So they were aware of the Rek'Sai pathing for a little bit, and then Cuvée also placed the ward right next to his lane. So with that ward, Aatrox had the information for potential Rek'Sai gank. So even though he had a lane that created space for Rek'Sai to go for a gank, he was really careful in that pace of time. So Rek'Sai's gank should have worked out in that point of game, whether it's on top lane or bot lane, but they couldn't find any meaningful gank in the early phase. However, Sandbox was having not a bad day at all. However, there was this team fight that turned the whole game around. So, Sandbox had winning top side, and Hana Life Esports had a winning bot side. Aurelia was the strongest champion in that point of the mark of the game, and at the same time, Miss Fortune was the strongest champion on the side of Hana Life Esports. However, Aurelia died so fast in that team fight, and then the rest of the Sandbox player was also not able to follow up the fight. Well, Sandbox players were thinking of like re-engaging that fight. However, with the Yuumi ult, they opened the team fight so nice. So the rest of the Sandbox players weren't really able to react to that. So Aurelia actually died in the third early phase of the team fight in 3 consecutive team fights. So, well, they couldn't really capitalize on the winning laner throughout the game. Then let's check out who will be the POG for this game. Haru on J4 got the POG. He had 100% kill participation, 2 kills and 22 assists. That's one of the most unbelievable stats we have seen in LCK so far. Haru and also Lihan had a 100% kill participation throughout this game. With Haru and Lihan together, they could have a very sustained team fight. It's really easy for J4 to melt down as soon as he engages. However, he had Yuumi on his back, so he could have extra time to survive and walk out. So, before this game, we always thought J4 is all about opening fights and dying for the teammates, but this time, J4 could open fights, do enough damage, and also survive. So 9 people voted for Haru as POG in this game. However, well, bot laners also picked up POG votes from the media. It was a very unbelievable performance coming from Hana Life, so let's check out game number 2.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation of the analyst desk. As we are going to be going into game number 2 here in just a moment. Haru picking up that POG. Get your pogs out in the chat. That's how I feel right now. Haru had an amazing game from the beginning to end. You just realized?
I just realized.
Wow.
Just hit me. You know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to say to that.
I'm a little slow.
I'm glad you realized it eventually.
Yeah.
As we got there here in the end of week 2. Leo gonna be replacing Root and Gorilla. Familiar face will be replacing Joker.
And one of the questions I've had is why weren't they starting? In all honesty. I have to wonder what is going on inside of scrims that might have led to this. Looks like we got some maybe technical difficulty here, so you can sort of see on our screen what it is that's going on. And that's an Asus monitor on our screen right now.
Yeah.
You know, says League of Legends Champions Korea behind Lahens. Just wanted to point that out to you.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Never noticed that.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
And Lahens obviously probably feeling pretty okay after game number 1. If anything, I am really worried for Sandbox's mental state, but also Summit up there in the top lane because he was so big. He had 3 kills on Aurelia, Trinity Force, tier 2 boot, solo kill onto Cuvée, 40 CS advantage, and the game was even and stable, and then he lost. And we know that one of his downfalls as a player, one of his weaknesses, is his tendency to add some in to
okay.
the gameplay whenever he gets flustered. Okay, we got some eye drops going in here. I'm not really... Alrighty. I'll just do that real quick.
Oh, he's crying.
Because the beautiful play.
Yeah.
He heard that you voted for him.
I did not vote for Tempt.
You did.
No, sorry, Tempt. I have always respected your mid-game play for a while, but I did not vote for you in this game.
Great. Great. You just
now I made him cry.
Yeah, you made him cry. Wow.
Wow. So
Honestly.
sorry.
And, wow, he is sweating a lot. I wonder how stressed maybe he might be. You can actually sweat insane amounts when you're really concentrated on something that you're doing, even though it's not like a super physically demanding activity.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you've ever been to... I mean, have you played it in tournaments of like card games or anything like that?
I played in a couple of LANs.
Okay. Yeah.
For StarCraft 2, actually. It's way back.
Oh, really?
Way back, yeah.
Oh, that's ancient.
I know. Must have been.
What race did you play?
2010. Oh, Protoss.
Of course you did.
Of course I did. What kind of question is that?
Of course.
You know, Atlas definitely plays Terran.
No, he doesn't.
Definitely.
No.
Absolutely.
Absolutely not. Atlas.
You want to bet?
Yeah, actually, I do.
What do you think he plays?
Protoss, of course.
Protoss? No, I don't think so.
You think Atlas would have the
name.
patience or the willingness to move his mouse and keyboard at the necessary speed to play Terran?
Yeah, well, I mean...
Atlas strikes me as...
I didn't say play well, I just said play.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
All right,
like
no
playing
big
a
deal.
game, you know, like having fun, remember?
Atlas really... You know what? All right. I don't know if... Did he ever play? Do you know if he played?
I don't know.
Okay, well...
I do not...
I will bet you dinner on that one.
Okay.
Dinner.
You're probably going to flake on me again.
No.
Just like you flaked on Atlas.
What?
Watching it. I remember.
So, sorry guys, we have a little bit of a pause here before stuff going on. I guess the new subs that are coming in are just adjusting to the setup, making sure everything is well. As I'm looking forward to the red side draft that is going to come out of Hanwha Life in game number 2. I really, really want to see Soraka. I've said that. Well, I said it last game, and I'm going to say it again. Yeah, true. And yeah, what a series we have, though.
Yeah.
Because this definitely has the potential to obviously go 3 games. And if every game is going to end up like that, we're in for a very long night.
Yeah, so right now it's 9:40.
And here we go. We're jumping right in.
All right. Hamalife Red. This is something I was excited about because I feel like They have a much higher chance of making weird picks on this side. Yuumi, the first ban.
Yeah.
You don't want to deal with that again.
Banning away the Yuumi.
Imagine leaving Yuumi open for Lehens.
Yes. Well, Olaf now, banned away, and Yuumi only gets better next patch.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really interesting. Akali.
Soraka ban?
Yep. Let's see if Hanwha Life is going to be able to get their hands on it. I don't think Sandbox would pick Soraka. I can't imagine that they would think that would be a worthwhile pickup. You don't want to waste, or well, I don't want to say waste, but you don't want to put Summit on a champion like Soraka, most likely.
Just put her mid lane. Whatever.
You can, but
yeah.
I don't think they would. So let's see what ends up happening. They have to know this is a real possibility, and if you B1 Aatrox, then there could definitely be some problems. Aphelios is open as well, and so is Set. So this is gonna be a bit, well, this could be a bit dicey. Now, Set is able to be flexed mid and top. Taking him into the jungle is a bit of a disservice.
What about Set support? What do you think?
Valdez?
Yeah. Not now. We're busy?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're busy trying to break down the pick ban.
Oh,
right?
Sorry. I thought maybe this was the time to DRIs.
As Aphelios and Jarvan now picked up by Hanwha Life. And Sandbox, they might just do the generic response with Rek'Sai and MF. Nope, it's going to end up being the Lee Sin. And are they just going to hit this with the Misfortune and try to approach it that way? No. Gonna end up getting the Syndra. And so Hanwha Life, if you want to get Soraka right now and have insane value with her, you would pick her on R3. But Tempt just deciding, I think, that he's gonna take Mordekaiser into Syndra, which is so perplexing. Now, obviously, Mordekaiser can play an economy war.
Yeah.
And basically try to endlessly attack Syndra's monopool. Second ban phase here, though. Thresh being banned away, Ornn now being banned away by Sandbox. Not wanting to deal with that. Late game scaling component. We'll see what the next ban is going to be. It's going to end up being Nautilus. And generally, when you see these two champions banned away, it is signifying that you would want to ideally pick an Enchanter, but it does mean that Blitzcrank is still available. And so if this is going to be the case, then R4 would likely beat another mid or top laner, and you'd reserve the counter pick support on R5. And ideally, what you're looking to hit is a melee support on the enemy team, and Soraka gets banned away. So I feel like they really, really dropped the ball here, and now this means that Cuvée is going to be in a skill matchup against Summit, up there in the top lane most likely. Shen is interesting.
I mentioned Shen earlier.
Yeah.
But I think that could be in the support role for
Lee Well, it's a flex. Yeah, Lee Shen is definitely a thing that's going on. So I really like the multi-purpose Shen here on R4. It's able to go up into top lane, also able to go into support. And now, if you send the Shen top, obviously on Shen, you try to taunt the Set when he goes for the Haymaker, go right through it, he doesn't deal damage to you, you cast the Q, you get the enhanced blade, and then just try to constantly trade against him that way. As Sir Thomas Kench gonna come out for Sandbox, and this is a very no-themey kind of team composition for Sandbox. There's not a real core identity. Okay, so it's gonna be Syndra, Tom Kench down there in the bottom lane against the Aphelios, and this is a little surprising. Obviously, Leona is a champion that they could end up picking even though the Tahm Kench is present. But it's going to be Cassiopeia. So I guess that's Mordekaiser heading top, and I don't know why Korea does this over and over. Mord doesn't beat Set. If Set plays right.
We've seen that happen too, where a Set outplays a Mordekaiser in the top lane. Happened to Roach.
And the other thing about it is Set doesn't need a QSS. He's just going to punch your face in the Death Realm. And so it's so peculiar. And now also because of the Cassiopeia, even more incentive for Summit to just go into the Merc Treads with the Hex Drinker and then find his way into Trinity Force. If he honestly builds Black Cleaver here with a Ryzen Syndra on his team, I am going to... Might not make it till tomorrow. Set, Lee Sin, Rise, Syndra, and Tahm Kench. This team composition gets really scary at 2 items. Has insane pick potential via the QE from Syndra later in the game, setting things up really well. The Lee Sin is going to struggle, though, a little bit to find things to do as Xenophilios, Cassiopeia, Jarvan, and Mordekaiser on the side of Hanwha Life. If they get ahead of Sandbox, Sandbox has no recovery. And in the super late game, this team composition is just so much stronger because it can brute force its way through sandboxes.
Absolutely, lots of scaling built into that one. Sandbox on blue with Leo and Gorilla coming in. Same lineup here for Hanwha, but different side in a totally different composition being pulled into this one. As onto the Rift we go. Summit's got like a cape on. It kind of looks like a Witcher. Did you watch that show?
No, actually, I never
Witcher?
did.
No, I haven't yet either. I plan on it. I wanted to play the game. You know, I had The Witcher on my old computer, and my old computer couldn't run it. But I had already bought the game. And I downloaded it, and I was like, oh, I'm going to play this one. QV, really?
I think he's just trying to interrupt you. I think
can you please?
I think he's actually just not interested in your story. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm interested, Valdez. Continue.
Okay, so I downloaded it, but I couldn't play it on my old computer. And then I eventually got a new computer, but I never re-downloaded it.
So it looks like it's just going to be a pretty safe start here by Hanwha Life.
And then I was like, I need to play this, but I never did.
Doran's Blade started... I'm sorry, what did you say, Val?
Thanks. That's... I like that. That's really good.
No problem.
Thank you. So I wanted to play the game before I watched the show. Anyway, that was the whole point. We'll get there eventually. I don't know when that will happen, but yeah. Anyway.
All right, about that. Thank you for that tidbit.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know.
All right, well.
You're laughing with me, not
yes,
at me,
yeah,
right?
absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Of course. Yeah.
Cassiopeia's, it's good into the Rise.
It is. Cassiopeia is actually really good here against the enemy team composition. They're all short range aside from Syndra, but in the later stages of the game, like I said, you're going to have the tank Jarvan that just catapults onto the Syndra, and even if she tries to use Scatter the Weak and whatnot, the rest of the Hanwha Life members are just going to be able to get on top of her. And she's not going to have the QSS, which also makes it a little bit problematic because you have the Shen Taunt, you have so much direct backline access. And the other thing about this is Summit doesn't really have a suplex champion outside of, I guess, the J4. Well, I mean, he has Mordekaiser as the suplex champion, but in the late stages of the game, him suplexing in will lead immediately to his demise. And now Summit could just cheat a recall right now. He could recall into a Null Magic Mantle or a Cull, or another Doran's Blade, but instead opts to actually stay through Wave 4 and go and check on the Golems. And so they're valuing the map information more than anything else right now, and it's this really weird ping pong thing that just isn't necessary because had he recalled, he'd be back in lane right about now. And the wave would be on his side of the map. Lee Sin would still be doing the same route, and Mordekaiser would just die if he overextends. And then because of the surplus of minions, Set gets to freeze, which then means he gets to dog down Mordekaiser with Q and E.
Yeah. We all know that he likes to do that in that long top lane.
Sheer aggressive desire of Summit in this lane might not, I mean, it can end up being favorable, but it doesn't make it super smart how he's going about it.
How long is Haru going to spend in this bottom lane, by the way?
Can you leave him alone? He's busy.
He's a good Jarvan, but I don't know about this.
He's Jarvan the 4th because he doesn't leave.
Instant devour. And the roots do come in. Sun misses onto Lehend, but the nice flash comes in there. Here's Lee Sin. Hello. Gonna be slowed down. Easy Q into kill. First blood on Fleek. Takes him down.
And so that is disastrous, obviously, up there in top lane. Really good flash as well by Gorilla. In addition to the flash for Flash that ended up going against Lehend, as not the end of the world for the bot lane stuff, but Vista doing a pretty good job. Ends up rooting up Leo, though. As Summit, yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh. It's not looking too fun up there, as neither did this.
Really good stun right there by Summit. Doesn't even matter. Really nice W into Flash. Not a lot of people don't know that you can do that, but you can. I believe in patch 10.4 coming out later this week, Lux is also going to be able to start Flash R-ing.
Yeah.
Or R-flashing.
Yeah.
And that's going to be really cool.
So that means you can actually reposition where the laser hits?
Yes, and that's actually really insane on roams.
That is insane.
That's going to be really, really big for both mid and support Lux on any of her roams. And if you don't play Lux, you certainly can. Can purchase her in the store for some blue essence. Also has a surplus of skins. Personally, I would recommend Elementalist Lux.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite.
You know, but definitely make sure to get a couple of different ones, test them out to suit your needs.
Yeah, they're not that expensive, you know. Maybe just like $10 each, something like that. Yeah, you might want to check it out if you go into your client. You can check out the. It has like some gold coins, and if you just click on that, it brings you to the store where they have a lot of this stuff available. And yeah, the more I watch top lane, the more I realize this is.
It's a really brutal matchup. I have no idea in what world anyone ever arrives at thinking this is favorable for Mordekaiser. The only time he's ever able to beat Set is if Set's behind, and other than that, it just really doesn't make any sense. Now, Phage was picked up first by Summit. We're gonna get an answer in probably a couple of moments here as to if he's going to be sinning with the Black Cleaver or if he's a bit of a gentleman with the Triforce, as Fate getting traded on right now. And even being zoned out of mid. Now, his jungler's in close proximity and Temp doesn't have vision. That was a nice bounce back, yeah.
He ends up winning the trade with just that little play, dodge the second and third poisons.
They're going to dive Cuvée, I believe, up in top lane. If they chain all the CC together, he can't activate Death Realm. And so it did look like another Haymaker just ended up hitting. And so the way that you're going to do this is obviously R on the set into Ward Hop. Well, Lee Sin doesn't have the ward yet, but Ward Hop Dragon Kick and just chain everything together. So let's see if they end up. Oh no, they're not even going to go for it.
Huh. I wonder why.
Yeah.
Seems like a pretty free kill.
Yeah, as long as you coordinate everything. Mordekaiser's not going to be able to respond with Death Realm, even though he is in turret range. Ocean Drake. The drop down is letting us know in English before telling us what it does in Korean.
Oh,
so,
oh, cool.
Yeah. pretty pog.
They know that all our global viewers are just really knowledgeable about League of Legends, so they only put that up in Korean because all the English viewers know already. I think that's the reason.
Well, I think that they just know that everyone watching is just a polyglot.
Oh,
and Korean
yeah, that's
is,
possible.
Of course, a part of their,
I mean,
one of their,
you're watching this.
maybe 7 languages.
Yeah. Oh, only 7 for you?
Oh, well,
it's like,
not.
I think it's like 10.5 for me. I'm like a little bit shady on my finish. But yeah. Generally, you know, pretty solid on the rest of them.
That is pretty good.
On the other 10.
Yeah. As Summit now up here in top lane, gonna also be up a cannon here over Cube, and there's the Merc Treads that does end up being picked up. Still don't know if it's gonna be Trinity Force or Black Cleaver for Summit. As Cube, he's gonna be struggling a bit. He's only down about 600 gold right now in top lane, but the dynamic of the matchup is definitely rough. And you can also see that the other place where the gold discrepancy is really being felt is inside of the jungle. As Tam.
He went in there and he pressed stop.
This isn't.
Oh, he's going for it. The play. Oh, the fail flash. No. But Leshen makes his way in. Q is going to land as he's in transition. And On Fleek is On Fleek going to put him down as another kill will come in. And how about a third? We will at least force the flash away from the hands. As there you have it. 3-0 now after those 2 kills.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, Cotton. I'm thinking, you know the Papa Smithy image where it's like go next fast?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think this is.
That's very popular in the LCK Discord. Go next fast.
Oh, man.
Well,
this game is looking extremely rough right now.
Yeah. Top's doing really well, obviously. After that play, Haru and Tent's going to get behind. We'll take another look here at how it happens.
And so Haru gets kicked away, and I think what he tried to do was place his mouse cursor in a way that the terrain would glitch him to the other side. That's a thing on some like skill shots and wards. Huh?
Of the miasma or the wall?
Of the wall.
나 탁할게. 나 방금 기가 막혔다.
But
바텀 먹어야 돼. 바텀 먹어야 돼. 바텀을 라이저 가져.
They're just talking about the follow-up rotations from that fight. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like there's certain spots where if you flash into it or you skill shot into it, like a dash or something, it'll move you through. You don't know.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Okay. Well,
there
now
are
you do.
no glitches in this game.
Yes, there are. There's the ward spots in all the lanes.
Yeah, I know the ward spots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can also do a similar thing with flash at certain locations on the map.
Sounds pretty broken.
Yeah, there's also another thing I believe is true as well is Syndra. She's in the game, so I'll bring it up. If you QE through terrain, it extends the range of Scatter the Weak, I believe.
Huh.
If the orb, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thought I'd let you know that.
Thanks for that little tidbit.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
That'll be $5.
What? Can I settle for an OPGG?
No.
I give you an OPGG.
I don't do those anymore.
No, yeah, I will do one for you is what I'm saying.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, as payment for your advice.
Thank you.
No problem. Lots of focus on this Cloud Drake. Really lining up to try to take this one down. Sandbox up 3,000 gold. And On Fleek confident enough to jump on into that one. Just get it low enough. I don't know if they can burst this down.
Oh! A lot of people didn't know that you can do that. That was a change that happened a long time ago. I remember I said that the other day during an invade, that Tom should just eat the buff.
Yeah.
A lot of people got very angry and tweeted at me. But they forgot that.
How do you respond to that? You just link the patch notes, or?
I wish I could link my mastery points on Tom.
Yeah.
Over the last couple of years. I don't know how many.
Picture.
I don't know how many million. No, it's spread out across so many accounts, but.
Oh, true.
Obviously, that change is recent, but Thomas has a very special place.
Yeah, he's has he been upgraded though from Timothy?
No, he hasn't. But
Okay.
you know, we gotta be respectful sometimes.
True. When he's winning.
Yes. And Mountain Soul is gonna be the one that is gonna end up coming up this game. And interestingly, for both parties, that's a very dull soul. In the sense that both of them sort of take very sustained fights over and over. And so there's not like a lot of burst that the Mountain Soul itself would protect you from. And then the enemy is out of fuel. So that is definitely a bit surprising.
Yeah. Infernal would have been fun. Lots of
Okay,
scaling
moment of
up on
truth,
both
moment of
sides.
truth. If he buys Black Cleaver, I have lost all faith.
Hey, there's a 2-0 Lee Sin on his team. And Thomas Kent is going to be autoing.
So that's why I was saying earlier that Kane is the best top laner
Yeah.
in the LCK.
Oh, okay. Is that what you said?
Yeah, with
I don't
Nuguri
remember
following shortly after.
Okay.
You know, so.
And then where does Summit? Where's
Who?
Summit? Who?
Who?
Oh.
Well.
Aw. Hey, at least he got a No Magic Mantle for all of the AP from Mordekaiser and Cassiopeia.
Well. This game is going to continue on as per usual. Just a 3,000 gold lead currently locked for Sandbox. Leandre's Torment going to be the first item of the game for Cube. And it's not like Hanwha Life can't come back into the later stages by stalling this game out for a while. And then also, if they end up winning the next Mountain Dragon fight and capturing the Drake, they're going to buy themselves an enormous amount of time. And Set doesn't really have split push options this game by any mean. Mordekaiser obviously going to be able to hold him underneath a tier 2 turret, regardless of how big the Set ends up getting. And then also, because of Summit's refusal to freeze waves, even though this is a very healthy laning phase, every single turret on the map, except for Cassiopeia's mid-tier 1, is so healthy. And so, taking cannon waves, freezing them, demanding that Mordekaiser walks up to them to lengthen the experience gap and the CS gap between himself and Mord would be so much better than just ping-ponging back and forth, then taking eventual chip damage onto the turret. And he's trying to raise the turret right here. Not going to be able to. I actually think, well, he'd probably end up losing the fight if he took a turret shot or two, depending on how Mordekaiser would end up playing it. Death Realm is available,
Yeah.
but Mord does have Leandre's Torment.
Well done.
And there is no Trinity Force on the side of Summit.
He's still got time to buy it second.
True. Probably won't, though. Probably
No.
going to be Hex Drinker next, most likely.
The
Unless he could also go adaptive, but that would be probably really rare to see. As Lee Sin is also going to buy a Black Cleaver, so Sandbox is going to have Black Cleavers for your Black Cleaver so that you can black on your Cleaver.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, Thomas Kent is going to be the real winner.
Yes.
Nobody's going to have any armor. He's going to be getting a bunch of damage done.
It does look like Cassiopeia now. So basically, Cassio has one of two items that she ends up purchasing second. It's either Rylai's for CC and control and just the ability to manipulate team fights with the slows that you can add, or Leandre's Torment. However, here, what we're seeing is Oblivion Orb against champions that already have magic resistance present, and that you know is only going to get more magic resistance the later that the game goes. So now, the Oblivion Orb's magic pen is basically irrelevant, less HP until it's completed into Morello than the other items. And we have a Mountain Dragon that is spawning, and Hanwha Life are the ones that seem to be in the better position for it, but Rift Herald gonna perforate that mid-tier 1.
I wonder why they wouldn't just wait another 15 seconds and then drop the Rift Herald, just to
sync it up with the
with
going to the dragon.
Because you keep the Casio or one person there to at least kill that Rift Herald while you're killing the Drake, and you delay their ability to come over and fight. But now it seems like everybody's delayed on this fight, as Homolife actually going to make the first move on this one.
And Homolife might be able to actually just get this. Shen just got, I think, 5 or 6 magic resist.
Yeah.
I moved my eye to it actually a little slow. I saw a 7, did not see what the next digit was.
Oh, he's just getting him down here, but he's not going to be able to kill them, and we have a giant rotation up to the top side, getting Cuvée into position. Even Thomas Kent is getting in there. Nothing that the Mordekaiser could do, as he does get taken out alongside of his top tier 1 turret.
And so Homolife, they pick up the Mountain Dragon, and that's really good for them. It brings them 10 minutes away from threatening Soul, which is really valuable. But now Haru comes up into top lane, and he's pushing back the wave immediately. As right now, all that they need to be worried about is trying to stall the game and make sure that everything is just going really smooth. So Summit, he's gonna raise this bot tier 2, and now in an ideal world, okay, in another universe, we would freeze now if we're Hanwha Life Esports.
Lost speech, man. Why does he always come back?
We take a look at this, by the way, as well. Summit ended up having some reinforcements arrive, and oddly, he is building the QSS, which I guess it does have value against the Shen as well as the Casio.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose at the end of the day, it's going to be more magic resist. I wonder what other item he could have gone into that wasn't a QSS. There are some, but with the other synergies you were talking about with denying a bunch of CC, on top of the fact that they're probably going to get a bunch of Mountain Drakes anyway, might be enough. Magic resist, just get the QSS and then build damage.
Well, 2.5 minutes until the next Mountain Dragon, and also Syndra seemingly building Morello as well, even though the opponent already has a Mountain Drake. And then in addition to that, they have magic resistance present on 2 champions. As it currently stands, Jarvan, as you can see, 71 magic resist.
He's AFK.
Morello.
He's been in this brush for like a minute and a half.
He's been doing that a lot this game.
Yeah.
He won MVP and then he just checked out.
He did his job.
Yeah. 5,000 gold advantage for Sandbox right now. Ping's going down in bot lane, as not too much is really happening. Lahen's just trying to place wards where he can. XP point Summit up there at 15. And Cuvée about to ding 15. Tempt also behind Fate.
14.
Yeah.
You mean?
Oh yeah, 14.
Yeah.
Vista
So
is ahead of Leo. And Haru is actually really far behind on Fleek. And Lahen's also really far behind Gorilla, considering it is a support. Locket of the Iron Solari also being picked up by Tom Kench first. I think it's quite nice, as both parties do fight together very clumped up. And so that shield is just going to be so valuable. And all right, well, not much.
Hey, Mountain Drake's coming up in 50 seconds.
What did you have for dinner, Velvet?
Dinner? It was interesting. It was like 3 different dishes.
Okay.
But they are going to get the stun. Okay, never mind. One of them was kimchi stew.
Okay.
It had some, you know, chopped meats in there, some kimchi, obviously, in a red broth with some extra vegetables, which was pretty good. I'm a fan of that. Another dish was just a fried egg on top of some rice.
Okay.
And then the third one was kind of a mix. Well, it wasn't a mix, but there were like 3 things in the third one. One of them was beef, like kind of like bulgogi, but not really. Similar.
Okay.
And then there was kimchi, and then there was, oh, it was a fried, this is one of my favorite things to eat, by the way. It's really good. It's a fried seaweed roll.
Okay.
So there's like cooked noodles and stuff inside, like what you would have inside a dumpling, inside of the seaweed, and then that gets fried.
All right. Not
It's
bad.
really good.
Not bad. Not bad, Valdez. Not bad. Teleport. Coming in now on Mordekaiser.
Oh, trying to root them all up. Cube getting Gorilla. On fleek, now going to kick Haru, who is going to stopwatch with like 1 health left. And it's going to get the Cataclysm off. Doesn't amount to too much as the smite. Oh, it misses.
Oh my God,
goes to
Mordekaiser passive.
Oh, baby. Cube player of the game.
I like how Mord laughs as he dies.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like
I was just getting player of the game.
Yeah, I still got it.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you vote for him? Anyway, we're going for the Baron.
And, okay. So they
the red
up,
bump.
yeah, oh man. And now, Sandbox, this is a very tilty Baron, as you can see. And now they're gonna have to back off, and so at the end of it, that's not that bad for Hanwha Life, considering how this all starts. Pay attention to Cube. He misses a Flash Death Realm Death Grip onto the whale that is Tom Kench. Gorilla ends up going golden, and I think the reason that he did this was because the locket of the Iron Solari, so Gorilla's not able to give it to his teammates during this team fight. He pulls them into the realm saying, there will be no locket here.
Sounds like a 5-hit move.
Yeah, I mean,
if I ever heard or saw one.
And now this means that Hanwha Life, they'll get one more chance, one more opportunity in this game to make it count. As really, this is a little revolting here that I really think that Tempt is about to build Leandri, or Rylai's instead of Leandri's, even though, look at the amount of HP stack on the side of Sandbox. And then remember that Leandri's, it deals damage based on your max health. So.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know
it's
that.
really, well.
I love trolling so much.
And it also, it goes up if they're slowed.
Yeah.
Or, you know, anything like that.
Which,
slowed, immobilized, etc.
You can get the Rylai's after.
Yeah, I mean, I would be very surprised if you didn't know that part. Not a lot of people do.
Yeah, I mean...
Just ask Fnatic's mid laner.
Mimesis?
Yes, the lemon.
Yeah. And, well... On fleek, he said he's not to be outdone. He says, you tried to push my lane? How dare you? I will push it back. Very quickly. And now they're just going to start up the Baron here. They are doing a nice amount of damage. The Syndra, obviously, with Rise, will do that. They're poking in now. It's going to be up to Haru. Trying to get this one. He's going to get in with the Cataclysm. He's kicked, though. Oh! He gets it! At 816 health, Haru is going to steal the Baron just like that. And Hanwha Life, they are not out of this game just yet.
I think nothing but silence really captures what just ended up happening. Now, on the side of Hanwha Life, there are so many standing turrets they have yet to capture. And that is where a lot of the gold discrepancy is coming from right now. And so Cube gonna get level 16. That was not just a Baron. that was not just the 1,525 gold that Baron ends up giving as the Miasma on Set so that Set can't superplex the Jarvan away.
8-16, clean.
And right there at the very end, there's a bit of a love tap onto the Lee Sin as Aphelios.
어떻게 비싸 결혼해줘. 나 믿어라.
Marry me? Yeah. Nice synergy right there.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa! That item on Cassio.
Oh, he bought a Leandris. Oh.
All right, well.
And now they have synergy too. The two of them both have Leandris. Him and the other AP user, Mr. Mordekaiser.
Mr. Mord does indeed have a Leandris. And finally some magic resistance actually coming in on the enemy team. As things are starting to get dicey.
Yeah, they're
20 seconds until the mountain, and a mountain soul going the way of Hanwha Life would really spell disaster. It would hurt Syndra a lot, even if Ryze and Set and Lee Sin are pretty okay with fighting into it. Syndra's whole purpose of what she can do initially would end up really being slammed. And I wonder if Sandbox is even afraid to try to start this up. No, they don't actually seem to. I think they're just going to burst it down.
Ryze already chunked it to half health, so...
Yeah, there's no way they're going to lose that, as Ryze going to realm warp out really clean.
Just like that. Ryze having some nice utility. I'm glad that the teams eventually figured out how to use that well.
Still down 5,000 gold, but we have crossed the 30-minute threshold, so doesn't really mean all that much. Haru coming in here trying to get some golems. And Sandbox, they're still behind in levels everywhere, or Sandbox still ahead in levels everywhere. Cube gonna raise this bottom tier 1 turret. They're gonna pick up some gold there, but it's gonna come at the expense of the mid tier 2. As Baron does dissipate. Cube still down there, pushing away.
Hey, he's not giving
up.
To
ding level 17. Yeah, I'll get one more wave. And Set coming in now. Abyssal Voyage available on Gorilla as well.
Doesn't look like they want to make a move. As Ryze was top the STP, they're tentatively hanging around the mid lane. Notice that Shark on fleek on the Lee Sin, just posturing, waiting for his chance to bite. Not going to happen. Fate going to stick around top lane because no one ever got there.
Yeah. Gold lead continues to extend as Fate uses Realm Warp to get away. A little bit surprising.
And now TP, guys all over the map. He's going to get knocked up here, but that is a strong Ryze. Don't quite have the damage though. Haru's going pretty far in. He's trying to get some room for Vista here, who flashes forward right into Summit, who is trying to get on in there, but Ryze will go down, and now Haru has the front line here, and they are just kiting him down
and
one
Leo,
by one.
He's and so teleport coming in from Mordekaiser. This can be the game.
Stun was good. Superplex in the back. Summit is going ham, but he is going to go down. Vista will survive. And now Leo burning down. There it is, the poison and the Leandris. See you later.
And so this was a very disjointed team fight, but the sustain of Hanwha Life throughout the team fights and their ability to constantly keep repositioning is also really good. The scaling of the Cassio and the Aphelios is nothing to joke about. As also just the itemization on the side of Sandbox, a little, you know, leaving a bit to be desired. Teleport, you can see coming in from Fate. Really good knockup by Haru. Lahen's trying to go in there as well. Cataclysm being cast on him. Cube making it out because Leo
survived.
Too slow on the GLP. And that comes back to bite them. As Summit goes in there for the stun, but Vista, Eladio's doing a lot of things. Summit trying his best inside of this fight. Thomas Gensch gets turned into, well, I mean, turned into something. As Summit manages to turn this around the best that he can. Superplexes Haru. Tries to bring down Vista almost. You know what? Probably would have had him with the Trinity Force, but...
you know, he probably would have. But not the case, given the item that he did have. Now they're really stacking up the MR on the side of Sandbox. This is really no joke. We need Void Staffs. Oh, on the side. Oh.
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 Oh. Oh. That's Baron.
Well, good job on the play-by-play. Thanks for joining me on that one.
Yeah, no
they're going to
problem.
push while the Baron's being taken. Haru's not even going there. They're saying, hey, maybe we can get Mountain Drake. No, it's too late. They have enough damage. They're just going to let it go. Say, Tempt, sorry about that. You died, and now we lost Baron.
And they might even lose Dragon because Tempt comes up a second after Dragon spawns. And this is so unfortunate. It's such a greedy play by Tempt and Haru. There's no reason to be where they are on the map when Baron is coming up in a minute until Dragon. So now they lost the Baron, and so Sandbox is going to be bolstered for this Dragon fight. Tempt is not going to be up for it, and Cassiopeia is so important to this team fight. And they're not even going to have a team fight. It's just going to be Mountain Soul and, Mountain Drake and Mountain Drake.
Yep. Mountain Drake coming in here, and now it's Mountain Drake points. Mountain Soul points.
Drake Point.
Drake Point, okay.
Sounds like a location. Doesn't it?
It's like a tennis.
Like, meet me at Drake Point, you know?
Drake Point?
No, not the rapper.
Oh.
That's what you were thinking of, weren't you?
Yeah.
You
How
probably
did you know? The second that popped in my mind, you're like, oh, stop thinking of that.
Because you probably watched Degrassi growing up.
I did see some episodes, yes.
I'm actually really sad they canceled it at Next Class Season 5, and I was really disappointed.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, actually, I think one of the first times I went to your house, you were watching Degrassi.
I believe so.
Yeah, that seems familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad we figured that out.
Now we have a darker, more messed up version of it called 13 Reasons Why.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
you know, I mean, Degrassi really just took a spin.
I haven't watched that show, actually.
Are you really?
Yeah, really. That's not one that I no. Not yet. Maybe in the future. They're trying to push here, but they don't have everybody. So they're trying to do 1-3-1, but they're taking a little while for the lanes to push in. So you'll see the strength of the push happen when they get pulled apart a bit. But there's only 45 seconds-ish left on Baron buff.
Yeah. And don't mistake the state of the game. Unreal Life can still very easily win this, all things considered.
They doesn't back down anymore from the fights against Summit. I really feel like that Leandri's is helping him a lot, to be honest. Just watching it slowly burn away, chip away at Summit's health.
I heard someone comment, because when you're playing with it, the ticks will appear very small. It'll say like 11, 11, 11, 11.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, it's not doing anything. And it's like, it just ticked so many times.
Yeah, it just ticked like...
Can you multiply? Did you finish elementary
What's
school?
multiplying? What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah.
No, you just add all the 11s
I need a calculator
together.
for that.
Yeah. I don't know how to multiply. What are you talking about?
Isn't that a thing that Karibo does? What?
Who? What?
Valdez, just get
Who's
off the
Karibo?
desk.
What are you talking about?
Just leave. Oh my god.
I just need Atlas to sit behind me, and every time you make a reference, he'll just whisper in my ear. He'd be like, "Oh, that's the guy from Avatar." I'll be like, "Oh yeah, the guy from Avatar."
I don't even want to know how you function outside of this CAD. All right.
Well, we do have this Mountain Drake coming up in 2 minutes, and the game, they're just, now that there's not much going on, they're saying, hey, maybe we can just collapse on the Summit. They are going to get that flash out of him, so nicely done. He won't have that for the next 5 minutes. The next fight.
And that's huge.
Yeah, for
that
the
is
Mountain Dream.
so
It's big.
crucial because already with the miasma, it's going to be hard enough for the set to reposition. Locket of the time, Iron Solari, by the way, on Haru. And I think Void Staff is coming in for the Mordekaiser next. So that'll be very surprising to see what kind of damage he's going to end up doing once he has that completed. Not quite sure how far away he is from it. Okay. Actually, it was not a Void Staff.
Rylai's. Yeah.
But there was already so much slows in immobilizing effects that he's already getting the benefit from the Leandri's second part. So I think again, this is one of those math things where Void Staff would just do so much more. So a little bit surprising to see him end up picking up that item.
You know what you gotta do? You gotta make a show where it's like LS by the numbers.
Well,
And
Shocker
just
just made a fantastic show, or a fantastic YouTube video. I told you about it earlier.
Yeah. Where you break down the actual math behind it. You're like, look, in this scenario at level 15, you like get in the practice tool and you get these, champs out and you practice it and you're like, hey, look, at the extra damage.
Okay, Aladios. Switching guns.
About your damage.
All right, Valdez.
15 seconds. I'm getting hyped. Here we go. They're going to go on this guy. He doesn't have flash, remember. Already a nice amount of chip damage.
Yeah, and I mean, he's still burning down right now.
Yeah. Ulahen's got to be careful. That rise is big.
This choke point is so scary.
Yeah, and they're realizing it now. They say we cannot funnel in there.
Why? Oh, they just started.
Oh, it's really on a nice set here on fleek as Haru goes in, actually gets suplexed into the back.
What did he just do?
People gives him the perfect one, but take a look at Vista trying to do that damage. Not quite having enough to take out Gorilla, but Summon incredibly low, but not enough. As Lahens goes in, but take a look at Vista. He's going 1v4. He's going to have that engage from his teammates. And it looks like he's going to create enough room for the rest of them. Only Leo and Gorilla get away. Oh, on fleek was down here. Makes it out. They still have the jungler.
And so, Cassio and Vista, they can do this. This is scary.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Aphelios.
Okay. They created enough room.
And honestly, that might be all she wrote, as the Mountain Soul is doing so much now inside of this game. Let's take a look at this one more time.
Haru's like, take me.
Flashes away from the fight, and then Realm Warps. I don't know where he's going.
Wait, what?
He was going to North America or something with that Realm Warp. He was already completely out of the fight, allowed to reposition however he wanted.
I didn't even notice that happened.
And Hanwha Life just tearing through them. And these are the team fights we talked about in the draft phase that would eventually end up happening in most cases. So even when Set finds a miracle superplex to get so much damage and value on the enemy team, now this is just, it's such a nightmare. 18% magic resist and armor amplification for Hanwha Life, in addition to the bonus shield, as Aladios, I think, waiting on Maw. Yeah, he has Maw of Malmortius.
He has Maw, and he has the Imperial Scimitar.
Yeah.
And that's a tanky guy. He hasn't even died once in this game. I feel like we're going to see a very, very big Aladios here. Sometimes I can't remember his real name when you say it too many times. Helios. Yeah.
Aladios just seems to fit better.
Yeah, it rolls off the tongue, Vista coming in here, and he's really the guy you gotta watch, as I feel like he can shred your whole team at a moment's notice. Trying to be zoned out here, as looking on fleek is in the death realm, but Haru's getting low. There's the smite. He does get it off, but who's gonna die is the question. Vista zoned out of the fight over the wall, but it does not matter, as now he's going to come in here with full health, as Bait trying his best to get that burst damage, but it is not going to be enough. Vista way too much doing in this fight as he picks up the double kill, and now they look to push down mid.
And right now, Haru just trying to protect these minions. Fate is, I think, gonna have to take a right turn and try to find the minions to proxy. The death timers are way too high. I don't know what Fate's trying to do. Fate,
he thinks he can 1v3. He says, I'm Rise.
And all right, well, he's gonna need to be Gandalf right now.
Yeah, prove it, Fate. You got it. He's gonna miss the knockup and the stun. And he takes out one, but that is not enough. He needed all 3 of those to go down. Thomas Kent's gonna respawn here. He'll get taunted up, and this is just gonna be the Vista show. Autoing down the Nexus as he leads. Okay, all right, nice little devour. And you gotta auto that, buddy. You're gonna get suplexed. Okay, does take it down in the end. GG, Hanwha Life pick up the 2-0 over Sandbox tonight.
And I just want to point out that Mordekaiser's passive stole the Mountain Dragon.
Yeah.
And that brought it to Drake Point eventually.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Sandbox would have had Soul. I don't know who to give the MVP to. I think it's Vista.
I guess, yeah. I guess it has to be. To be honest,
I mean,
a lot of people
who are
are
you kidding. You know that it's Cube because he stole it with the passive.
That's true. Oh man, I can't believe I was so wrong on that one. Look, even the coach is like, you are the player of the game. Congratulations. No. Yeah, I think it has to be Vista. I mean, his positioning was good. You know, meme all you want about Aphelios. The guy did have a good game of League of Legends, and so I think he should pick up that player of the game. As pretty sad day for Sandbox. A couple of long games that easily could have gone their way. Had, 2-3 things gone differently within the game. But it just didn't pan out that way. Sometimes you're going to have those days where you get so close a couple times and then you just fall short just barely. It feels like that day today for Sandbox, but it's been a lot of days nowadays for Sandbox, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not feeling good for them in the beginning of spring.
And honestly, they had such a miracle start this game. They had so many advantages, and then they chose to just keep playing ping pong with the waves. And so there's a lot of stuff that you could VOD review inside of this match that is an example that there's a lot of other options in the game than just mindlessly pushing and trying to get chip damage on turrets. Itemization was a really big problem, though, for both teams in this series, not even just this last game. That was also very perplexing. But I really did like Hanwha Life's team composition in the final game.
Yeah.
If it made it to the end stages, and it definitely did, and Cassiopeia and Aphelios living up to what they're able to do. I really like seeing Cass. I don't know why. She gets a lot of flack from a lot of people, even though she's one of the best champions in the game and also a meta destroyer. She truly has settled the wreckage against melee comps.
You try to draft a specific comp, even what we had here with all short range.
And she ruins you.
You just flip over the card and it's like your trap card. It's Cassiopeia's face. they all get turned to stone and then they lose the game. That's exactly what happens. Doesn't happen every game for Cassiopeia, but drafted in the right spot and in the right hands.
Yeah.
Can absolutely do a lot of damage. And yeah, Cassiopeia.
This is where it all started. And Haru ends up dying. And this was the dream start for Sandbox. Superplex in onto Temp. Everyone coming over the wall in order to make sure they got that kill, but
take a look at this player of the game highlight.
Honestly, dude, I'm gonna lose my mind if this gets player of the game. Ready? Darkness Rises.
He picks it up. Just passive. So based. And you look at this.
Miasma.
Perfect from Temps. Avoids the suplex. Haru's able to stay in there, stay alive.
Now, Temps going into the pit was a little bit questionable.
Yeah.
He was tempted.
That happens a lot to him for some reason.
And right here, Leo really botching it again. Allowing the Mordekaiser to live. Aphelios not quite able to kill on fleek there, but Latios doing a lot of things. Changing his guns up. Leo completely at that point, and this is where the flank teleport from Mordekaiser started to come in. And yeah, you can just see at the bottom there, Cube getting in onto Leo. And this was it. The end stage Baron. As Set not able to do a lot. That was a beautiful haymaker. Cube just too big at this point on the Mordekaiser. Philios on the other side tries Set Summit might on Set, but the resistances, the shield, everything just all too much for them to really overpower, and Vista cleaning up the fight.
들어가지 말고. 내가 연계해줄 수 있으니까 이거 제기만 해. 중력파 30초. 대리가 생기고 해. 펜치 곧 나온다.
And here we see not Gandalf, but Ron Weasley.
괜찮냐?
Kind of trying to hold the fort.
Hit the tower. Hit the tower. We can end. Hit the tower. Hit the tower. It's interesting, they call the Nexus a tower as well. They keep saying hit the tower, hit the tower, hit the tower. And then they said nice. As we take a look here at the damage, it was actually entirely in Sandbox's favor. Not the damage, but the gold. As eventually Hanwha, anyway, was able to pick up the win there. Down gold did not matter. They get that Mountain Soul, and we talk about how important that was. And man, Cube gets in there, puts his body next to the Mountain Drake, picks up one, and allows them to extend it to a Mountain Soul. What a play of the game.
Don't. Honestly, don't.
Okay, I'm sorry. But Aphelios, huge damage. You can see on top there as...
Don't let me see it.
Right, just don't look. You don't need to see. Just don't look behind you. Yeah, it's like one of those things, like if you look, then something bad is gonna happen, but if you don't look, it's okay. It's all right. The right person won. But wow, Hanwha Light, they go up to 2-2 after that play. They 2-0 Sandbox, which is a team that we say, led by Summit, should be on at least the left side of the bracket.
It really is Summit v all.
So far, no.
On Sandbox. It really is Summit v all. Their tendency in play style, it's very reckless. Obviously, when they're ahead and they're winning, it can be really nice, but when they're even or losing...
See? The right person won.
He did.
Just picking up the player of the
love
game.
Him. A support main coming in here, playing ADC. Not very often you can say something like that in League of Legends.
It's true. He steps up, you know?
And Summit, honestly, he had so many good superplexes in this game, as well as so many good base breakers as well on Set, but just not able to do anything to really close it out. So Vista ends up getting the MVP. This was a really nice comeback by Hanwha Life, although it is sort of spurred by the, Mordekaiser's still in the mountain.
Yeah. The Baron steal.
The Baron
the
steal
first one that happened.
By Haru, yeah.
Baron steal comes in. That was a clean smite, by the way. That guy is really on his mechanics nowadays. Say what you want. I mean, I think his game 1 was a lot cleaner than game 2, but he still got the job done. He's still looking really clean, and I think he might be unexpected driver of a force that could be a new Hanwha Life roster that actually does pretty well against some of our expectations. So, yeah. Cool stuff to see. It's kind of like a ragtag group of guys that come together, all from different teams. Some people play different roles and all that stuff. But I'm going to hand it over to Ji-san. Let's talk to a couple of these guys.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-san with the translation, and we'll be hearing from Haru and Vista from Hanwha Life Esports. How are you feeling picking up the POG today? First of all, we got a very clean 2-0 win, so I'm really happy. So yes, you guys did stop the losing streak. streak, and also you got a very clean win score. And Vista is your first POG. I'm not sure whether I deserve this, but getting this POG, I'm really shy right now. How are you able to turn the game around? And you said you trusted yourself when I asked you before the interview. I mean, I have to do so to make my teammates happy. So let's go back to game number 1, Haru. So B1J4. Hanalife will drafted around the jungle. J4, the champion, is really good at team fights and has a very easy game in the early phase. However, I mean, it was not just comfortable. You had 100% kill participation in game number 1. Last time it was Olaf and Yumi. This time it was J4 and Yumi. So do you feel more reliable when you have Yumi on your back? Well, in terms of doing damage and also in terms of healing, I can go with more aggressively. So we could see a fantastic teamwork from Yumi and J4, the final team fight. So you actually trapped Victor in the back and then cared MF. So their damage dealers were all grouped up. So I wanted to trap both Victor and Zaya, but I failed that. But still, we had a nice angle, so I was able to pull it off really well. So the team fight overall was so clean. So which champion do you prefer, J4 or Olaf? I prefer J4. And Vista. One of the biggest issue was your role swap. So when did you prepare this role swap during the preseason? Maybe 2 weeks before the split? Head coach and coaches kind of suggested, would you like to role swap as an AD carry? So I was like, yeah, I can try. And I think my style actually fits to AD carry. A lot of fans are saying that you are good at the laning phase, but you are so good at the later phase of the laning phase, the mid and late game transition. Do you feel any hard time during the laning phase as a support player? Well, I mean, it hasn't been that long since I've been playing as an AD carry, so I'm studying how to do things in the laning phase. I'm still learning. But, in the team fight phase, you are really popping off. So let's check out the highlights of the Dragon fight. This one was the fight for the Dragon Soul. Rise was kind of isolated, the downside, so I did damage on him, and then he was zoned out, totally out of the fight. So everyone was so low, so I was able to flash forward. I mean, that was such a brave move, so we were really surprised. Well, I trusted my teammates, so I was really confident. Hanalife, you guys are having a solid teamwork. Haru and your matches will be going up against Genji, so how are you going to prepare for that? Yes, in the upcoming series, we want to get another clean victory. And Vista, what's your personal goal of the split? For me, winning Worlds as an AD carry. That's really cool. So I'll be wishing the best of luck for both of you two. And this will be the end of the interview with Haru, Vista from Hanalife Esports, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ji-sun, for another wonderful translation of the interview. Good to hear from Vista, his first Player of the Game award awarded to him. A former support player moving to AD carry. He wants to win Worlds. I feel like that's the goal that pretty much everybody should have, no matter how lofty if you're aiming to be the best.
I would be really interested. You know how they did the NA thing? Would you rather win LCS or win Worlds? Or make it out of group?
Yeah.
Which was it? Make it out of group. Sorry. Make it
Yeah,
out of
it
groups,
must have been
right?
out of groups, yeah.
I'd be really curious on the LCK's take on either, like, World Finals or win LCK.
World Finals?
Yeah, we can't
Yeah,
just say win Worlds, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think a lot of people would choose finalists still.
I think in LCK, yeah.
Yeah, if it were semi-finalists, I'd be like, I think some people would probably pick LCK because they want to be like, I'm the best in Korea, but I don't know.
Well, we take a look at the standings now. Sandbox find themselves in a bit of a rough spot along with Griffin and Damwon. So definitely very surprising. KT and APK still down there at the bottom, both trying to really find their groove. KT is the first game kings, or that's how some stuff has been. APK has had very close series with a few of these teams now. And so Sandbox are really just struggling. And when you have such an elite player on your team, you have to really wonder what is going on that is causing their mid and late games to be so disastrous. As now we're going to take a look at the next matchup. This will be tomorrow. Damwon taking on KT. And honestly, this is going to be one of the softer matchups that Damwon is going to get at this point in time. So if they lose this one tomorrow, the house is on fire.
I mean, I don't know what they're going to do if they do go down to KT.
We climax week 2 with the T1 versus Gen G.
Yeah, the end matchup of the week. Well, seemingly, usually very good. Remember last year? Griffin against Jenner, I could never forget. Anyway, guys, thank you once again for watching. We will see you guys tomorrow for more LCK.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see